to our monthly meeting, or our April meeting. Firstly, have we any apologies today? Conflicts of interest, I believe there may be two with respect to Councillor Mealings, I know, and Councillor and Deputy Mayor Atkinson. It's with respect to the delegations. Correct. Is that correct? So
I'm just trying to find the number.
Okay, and they're all the reports relating to the
6.7.
6.7. Yes, I'm coming with you. 6.7. Hold on, sorry, 6.7, and there's a PX item as well. Okay, so if we just have those recorded, right? Councillor Fulton.
6.4, I think it is. It's the Oxford Health Trust. You know, I'm the chair of the trust, so I'll step out of that.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other? Councillor Redmond?
It's not a conflict, Mr. Mayor, but I'd like to raise a point of order regarding the live streaming of this meeting.
What's the concern?
The picture doesn't cover all elected members. And
Well,
I've mentioned this previously, and I understand that's the best we're going to get.
I understood that was to be resolved with being considered with a new camera, but actually the camera can be adjusted. It is to be adjusted when the members are speaking. Is that the case? It was being adjusted at our last meeting when members were speaking. You can? Okay, well, I think we just have to bear with that in the interim, Councillor Redmond.
Right, I had checked and staff said no, that wasn't occurring. It's just that it's not in compliance with the protocols for webcasting.
Well, I understood that was being resolved, so.
I'll double check then, Frank.
Yeah, but it was to be resolved.
Yes.
So I'm sorry that hasn't been done. We will need that to be worked through. Is that possible to be done? Can you work with the team on that? Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Councillor Mealings, we're just under conflicts of interest. The matters that you already outlined to me of just
6.6 and 7.
6.6 and 7. 6.7.
An abundance of caution really, since there are matters dealing with the district plan.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Sorry, just out of an abundance of caution, as there are matters dealing with the district plan and matters that are before that.
I assume that will relate to the item in PX as well. Yes. Okay. All right. Okay. So that's recorded. Conflicts of interest. We come to the confirmation of minutes of our last meeting, item 3.1, pages 14 to 28. Someone prepared to move the directory and correct record? Councillor Keane, secondly Councillor Goldsworthy. Do you wish to speak? I'll put those, any further speakers, I'll put that, all those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, declare it carried.
If I can ask for an amendment to those minutes, though, that I was.
We'll just confirm them, so Councillor Kearns, but I will.
I was there, not for our teams.
Okay, so that's just an adjustment. I'm sure the mover and seconder would be happy with that. Because you moved it, Councillor Kearns. Yes. So, you were present? Is that what?
Correct.
Okay. So if we can just have that adjusted in the minutes, is by agreement with everyone. I think we agree you were present, so excellent. All right. Right, they're confirmed. Any matters arising? Just before we come to deputations and presentations, the items relating to delegation 6.6. I think it was 6.7. 6.7, and there's also a public excluded item there. I would personally like to see us have a briefing on those items before we make any decisions with respect to those. So if timing allows, we'll do a briefing today. So Jeff, if we can let staff know that after the main items we've got on our agenda, and we can adjourn at that point to come back in. And if there's time to make that decisions today, we can do that. Otherwise, my preference would be we've got a special meeting coming up. May well be that we leave those till that date in April. Reason being is there's just some consequences of those, and I think we need to be fully aware of what they all are before we're making calls on that, and perhaps to understand the context and the driver of why that's we're needing to resolve that. I think it would be good for us all to be clear on that before we make consequential decisions. So if we'll look to do a briefing before we conclude today, and I think the decision making can be delayed till the 22nd, I think is the date we're looking for a special meeting. Is that understood? Okay. All right. I also we need to resolve that we receive a late report item, which has been pre-circulated to you all, and that's regarding the timing of payment of development contributions for a particular property. So it's just around timing. There will be a deputation that will come to us. This matter is to be discussed in public excluded, but I'm just seeking your approval that we accept this as a late agenda item. It's not necessarily endorsing the paper, so someone prepared to move that we, Councillor Ward, seconded Councillor Blackie. I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, declare that carried. All right, thank you. So we're now at being Corporate Treasury Services, and Miles. Thank you for coming today, Miles. I know, owing to technical issues, you weren't able to be with us in our last month meeting. Is the camera able to go to Miles for this? That'd be great. And look, thank you very much for being here. And after that, we will deal with report item 7.1 while Miles is here. Thank you, Miles. We appreciate your attendance.
Thank you, Your Worship. Sorry, one misapprehension. I thought this was an Audit and Risk Committee meeting, so I get it was a council meeting, so apologies for what's on the front.
That's all right. We're all members. We go to the meetings anyway. So, but thank you for the correction.
That's right. So, how long would you like me to speak for?
Up to 10 minutes. Is that how long do you need?
20. There's quite a bit happening at the moment.
Yeah, well, I'm happy with 20. It's an important topic. It's an important topic. So please, that's good for everyone to. It's good for everyone to understand what this is all about and how important this matter is.
So, the first part is just dealing with the changes to the Treasury policy. And I think you've had the something circulate about this before, I understand. Is that correct?
It's been approved.
It's been approved. So do you want me to go through it or highlight it or go through it briefly?
If you just if you can cover it, it would be good.
Okay, so what we've got here is your existing Treasury policy parameters, which detail the amount of floating rate debt and fixed rate debt that you're required to have within 3 time buckets. So what we're saying is that we believe that they're a wee bit outdated. They were introduced in the mid 2000s, and since then, the markets have changed. There's been a fundamental change in the markets. What I do stress is that we're not changing the parameters just because the market changes, because policy parameters need to survive through what we call multiple monetary policy and economic cycles. So it's not just done in response to interest rates going down or interest rates going up. It's a fundamental change. So we believe that it's more appropriate to change the parameters from the ones up the top. I won't go through each of them. I mean, as I say, you've read it. But what we do believe is that these ones make the managing of your interest rate risk more appropriate. And why? Well, I mentioned part of it, that the world economy, it's in a lower inflation and lower interest rate environment. I know interest rates have gone up since the lows we had in post-COVID, but you know, we're not going, well, I don't believe that we're going back to the sort of 8, 9%, 10% rates that we had, 8, 9% rates we had prior to the GFC when these parameters were actually introduced. So that's one of the reasons. And it just means that you increase, well, this is getting a bit technical, but you increase the gap between the minimum percentage in the middle time frame and the maximum, the long dated one. So what that means is you don't have to sort of fit through more of a, you've got a bigger gap to actually fit through when you're managing the difference between the maximums and then the minimums and between the middle and the long dated time frame. And as I say, it's important to note that changes are submitted to enable the policy to suit the strategy. And I would point out that the new parameters that we're introducing for you are very similar to a lot of those used by a lot of councils. Some in the longer dated time frame, they just go to 4 to 8 years. You've gone 4 to 10. I don't mind the difference. Actually, it's just, you know, what there's a preference for, and I didn't want to make too many changes to it, and I think that's eminently workable. I didn't press that one, sorry. So if we go forward to that, the old parameters are on the left-hand side, and you can see that you're not quite policy compliant because you're below. It's a wee bit difficult because the red line just goes across the black line, the black cross on the screen. But there's a very slight breach. There's a breach. It's a reasonable breach just there because that green line is below where that red line should be. But under the new parameters, you can see that you're policy compliant. You need to be between the bottom and the top on each time bucket. So that's 0 to 2 years there. It's 2 to 4 there. That's 4 to 10 there. And you're comfortably above the parameters. So, as I say, it's not been done just to make sure that you're policy compliant. It's been done because we think it's more appropriate in the current environment that we're actually in. Are there any questions on those?
I think we might just deal with the questions at the end, Miles. That might be easier, if that's okay.
Now, what's happening at the moment globally or in the US? This is the chart of the 10-year bond rate in New Zealand and the US. So New Zealand's in black.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
It doesn't work on the screen, unfortunately.
I'll tweak it a wee bit. If you can see where the laser is, that's the low in interest rates that we had in September last year. I'm circling it at the moment, and that's the big move up that we had and what we call it, the Trump trade, where the market started factoring in Trump win, and then he actually did win. And so the reason why they push rates up, I'm sure you've read about it, is the tariffs and the inflationary effects of the tariffs. But what's happened recently is that the rates have actually come down. And I mean, it's even at a more micro level, have come down in the last 2 to 3 days. So what the market, and the black is New Zealand, so it shows that New Zealand does follow the US very closely. What's happening with the tariffs at the moment is when the markets focus on the inflationary effects of the tariffs, it pushes interest rates up because an increase in inflation has to be met with a monetary policy response in the form of higher interest rates. But then, or just even in the last few days, or when they had that move down, which I'm not sure we can see, just not really showing up, but it's just there. Looking through the effects of inflation and saying this is going to be a one-off because when the tariffs get introduced, it's like GST in New Zealand. You had a spike in inflation, but it just happened very briefly. So they're looking through the inflationary effects of the tariffs and they're focusing on the global growth and slow down in global growth and US growth. So that means a lower interest rates, and it would be met with more aggressive interest rate cuts in the US, and now they're predicting another 3. So it's changing almost on a daily basis. I mean, if I was talking to you last Wednesday, I wouldn't have said that, but it's changed in the last 3 or 4 days. And obviously we're waiting to see what happens. I think it's Thursday our time. But, you know, I mean, the one thing the financial markets hate is uncertainty. And that's why you've got all the volatility at the moment, and that's why the share market's been going down, because in times of, and this is actually also another factor why interest rates have come down recently and they've come off those highs that you can see, is that the markets, in times of uncertainty, they go into what they call risk aversion trading. So they sell equities and they buy bonds. Bonds are seen as more stable than equities, and that's why you get a big decline in the share market. This is quite important, I think, in deciding what we're going to do for waimakariri. And this shows the easing and the hiking cycles for the OCR. Now, very briefly on the upside, we had the big one here, which is 525 points post-COVID. It had to be met with quite an aggressive monetary policy response because of inflation. Then we had the long one of 320. That was only over 20 months, nearly 4 years for the other one, leading into the GFC. But the more important ones, because we're in an easing cycle. We've had 5, since the OCR was introduced in 1999, we've had 5 easing cycles. One was for 575 points, that was the GFC. Another one was where they started easing and then realised they got it wrong and had to tighten. So you take out those 2 outliers and you've got 3 left. One was of 150 points and the other was 2 were 175 points. We've had 175 points already, and we believe that there is another 50 to go, and it'll take the OCR to cut it. So it was at 550, we're now at 375, so it's 175. There'll be another one this month now, and then possibly, actually if I go on to the next slide, that probably details this better. So this actually shows the expected easing cycles, and New Zealand's in black, so it shows that we've had 1 25-point cut in August and then 3 25-point cuts in October, November and February. The reason why it's a big gap between November and February is because of Christmas. There's no RBNZ meeting. So the markets are now projecting, and it's up here, I won't go into the maths behind it, but the markets are actually projecting that there's going to be another one in April, and then it gets a little bit sort of middle of the road as to, will we have one in May? Possibly, but we'll have another one in July after that. And then it gets a bit murky, and the markets and the Reserve Bank are both sort of 50-50 as to whether we'll go from 325 for the OCR down to 3. So our view is probably 325. I wouldn't be surprised if it's 3. But that does, and I'll show you on another slide, that has implications for what we intend to do for all our preferred strategy for Waimakariri District Council. And here are the swap rates in New Zealand, the OCR in red, the 90-day rate in the, the 90-day rate in the black, and then the 3 and 5 year swap rates, the 3 year swap rate in the lighter blue, and the 5 year swap rate, so those are the wholesale rates in the dark blue. What this is showing is that normally, I'm conscious of time here, so I'll just go through this quickly. Normally interest rates short-term rates are lower and long-term rates are higher. So that's called a positive sloping yield curve. What we've had, and you can see over this period, where the long-term rates have been a lot lower over this easing cycle than short-term rates. That's called an inverted yield curve. We've only ever had 2 in the last 25 years, and the other was in the GFC. What's indicative of is that the country is probably going into recession. Well, we've been in recession. We came out of it with the GDP number last week or the week before, but also of a slowing economy and big interest rate cuts. So what the markets do is they preempt the easing cycle. The OCR, which is in red, is totally dictated by the Reserve Bank. 90-day rate in black is very closely correlated, as you can see, to the 90-day rate and swap rates. The markets can do what they like with that. But this just shows that we are probably, now the markets are actually starting to preempt the end of the easing cycle and thinking about the start of the next tightening cycle. And actually the 2-year swap rate or the wholesale rate I was reading the other day starts going up 14 months before the Reserve Bank starts increasing cash rates. Now here is what we're proposing to do for Waimakariri District Council is to enter into 2 further interest rate swaps. And I had modified this, Jeff, from the other ones that we had. So they're both starting in April 25. The reason for that is that it's the best part of the yield curve where we get the lowest rates. One matures in October 27 and the other on October 28. And they're at rates of 342 and 352. Now that's important because there's normally about a 20-25 point gap between the OCR and the 90-day rate. So what these rates are saying is it's basically predicated off the OCR at 3.25%, but it's not going to be at 3.25%, I don't think, in 27 or 28. We'll probably be in a tightening cycle. So it's basically saying you can lock in rates which are based off an OCR at 3.25, but going forward it won't be. And 3.5% locks in with your margin an all-up rate of about 4%, which I think is eminently sort of palatable for you. And 4%. So these are what we're planning to do, and if we do them, they're dotted. It's not really showing up, is it? No. The dotted line shows the effects. So at the moment, that's where your cover is, with the green line going there. It goes to there. So it provides you with a high level of protection if rates start going up when the end of the easing cycle finishes and then the Reserve Bank start tightening. And the next one is the rationale for them. Well, actually, I've mentioned both of them, but we see the OCR at 3. It does correlate. If we go to 325, that's 225 points of easing. That'll be the second biggest easing cycle that we've had after the one in the GFC. So that's why another reason why we think it's eminently sensible to take out those swaps at those levels, because we see the OCR at 325, that's 225 points of easing. And inflation may not go much lower. It's steady at 2.2%. It was in September quarter and the December quarter, and there are 1 or 2 inflationary concerns creeping in. And I've mentioned about the OCR, what it effectively locks in. And the next one is your interest rate projections. So at the moment you're about 4%. It will go down to about 3.75% and then we'll gradually climb. We can't protect it against climbing anymore. We can't flatten it out here. It's just the shape of interest rates, because now the yield curve is what we call positive sloping. We can't get rates low enough to keep you flat. But what it will do is it'll guard against future interest rate increases to a reasonably large extent over the next 2 to 3 years. And would you like me to go into your debt level comparison?
I think that would be helpful. Thank you. So, let's test my eyesight. So, I think the first that we're going to use last in the meeting for. What this shows is it's the OCR. What am I talking about the OCR too much? It's the local government funding agency put out this. Yeah, it's based on the 2024 30 June 2024 figures. They obviously don't have the 30 June 2025 figures out. So it's got the old credit ratings here. I just had that, you snip it. I just took this out straight out of the LGFA publication. So I know that you've been downgraded, as have 18 other councils. I can talk about that in a minute if you like. But it does show what the covenants that you have to subscribe to the LGFA, which you have to comply with. And so the big one really is the debt for revenue covenant, which is in that column
you're down here, it's at 100, so your debt to revenue covenant is 132%. Sorry, 134.4%. Now, you can actually go up to 290%. So you're way within that covenant. So it's a debt to revenue covenant. The average of the covenants is 120.6. You're 134.4. But I think the important one to note is that you're very low or lower than most of the growth councils. I mean, you look at Auckland Council is 163%, Christchurch is 145. Hamilton is a growth council, 214%. Kapiti Coast, 198%. Queenstown is top of it, that's 271%. So you're sort of half of what Queenstown is, that's probably the biggest growth council. Rotorua 206, Tasman 143, Tauranga 211, Waipa in the North Island 216, Wellington's 184, so you're 134. So what I'm trying to show here is that, okay, you're just slightly above the average, but Waimakariri, I'm sure I can consider it a growth council. You're actually doing very well here. And these figures are these numbers are imposed by the LGFA, and they don't have any concern whatsoever about Waimakariri. You've got heaps of borrowing capacity, and you could borrow a whole lot more, and you wouldn't even get near the top of that covenant. And then the other ones are the interest coverage ratios, interest as a percentage of rates, and interest as a percentage of total revenue. So that's the end of the presentation, unless you just want me to briefly talk about credit rating downgrade.
I think it would be helpful for members to understand the context of where I think we're over it, but it would be useful to hear from you, because you're working in that field and understand it probably better than most, Miles. So we were very disappointed, as you can imagine, because I think I've certainly raised it with the Minister, and I think that some are being treated unfairly in this with a generic downgrade for the sector as opposed to looking at the individual circumstances. And we've already had that conversation with Standard & Poor's before, and they weren't willing to change. So unfortunately, in the last time that we had a conversation, but it'd be helpful to hear any reflections you have.
Yeah, I've got to be a wee bit careful what I say here because this isn't publicly excluded, but I think what I can say is that Standard & Poor's have signalled this for a while, and you're right, Your Worship, it's not, I don't think it's, well, this is my view, it's not really reflective of Waimakariri as such, it's reflective of how Standard & Poor's view the whole sector, the local government sector in New Zealand. And there are a number of criteria that they look at. There are about 5 criteria, and one of them is what's called the institutional framework. And they're concerned, and this is the reason for the downgrade of the 18 councils which you got lumped in with, or the 18 councils with the CCOs as well. They see New Zealand used to, the 5 different criteria they use that ranks 1 to 5. 1 is the best, 5 is the worst. Well, the institutional framework in New Zealand for most councils was 1. So it's the best, but now it's been downgraded to 2. And they're just getting concerned about the level of debt that is going to be required for infrastructure spending going forward, and the ability and the rising debt levels of councils and their ability to fund the increased debt levels. Now, we don't know what's going to happen with Three Waters and what effect that will have on you. But, as I say, you're just being lumped in with the rest of the other councils, which, I know I've talked to Jeff about it, which, you know, there is a feeling, and we haven't done the analysis on it specifically with regard to Waimakariri, but I think, you know, some of the other ones are downgraded, and I've just shown you the metrics that you've got, that I don't know if it's entirely fair that you were lumped in with the other ones, but it's that institutional framework what is the driving reason why they just looked at the whole sector basically and said, right, you know, there's going to be blanket downgrades.
And then I guess, Miles, thank you for that. I guess it comes to, we did ratings, chose to go with a rating agency in order to get a better deal in terms of our interest rates for a whole range of things. Whether Standard & Poor's is still the right body to be using in that regard, we'll have to consider in the coming period of time, because we've had our concerns about them for some time. It's fair to say at a meeting with other councils, they weren't in a dissimilar position in terms of concern, and it was raised with the Minister that obviously what's happening with Three Waters, CCOs, perhaps that uncertainty that's leading to, so they were considering what they will be doing in that space to provide greater certainty and understanding to Standard & Poor's and other rating agencies, so they're just clearer about what the reforms actually mean. I think the changing environment we're in, naturally there's some reservations that come about, but I think there's a bit of a knee-jerk in my personal view. Again, that's my personal view. I'm not a ratings expert, but I only go by how we've been treated here, and I don't think it's been particularly fair if you look at the rest of where we're at, and you seem to endorse that view, what you're indicating there. Well, some of my view anyway. Cool. Thank you. Questions from colleagues? Well, Jeff, is there anything you want to any questions from colleagues? Councillor Redmond.
Thank you for your presentation, Miles. It's always interesting to see those. I just wondered, in your professional opinion, would you say the council debt is out of control?
I mean, I think that was probably, hopefully it was illustrated by the debt to revenue, being at 134% when the limit is 290. So you could take on a significantly greater level of debt and you wouldn't even breach that covenant. And the interest coverage ratios should be above less than 20 and 30, and you're around about 5. So you're way within those. I mean, if you look at other councils, I mean, we act for 38 councils around New Zealand, I think it's 38. And I mean, Queenstown's one of them. I mean, they're 270, their debt to revenue is 270%. And as I said, going through the growth councils, which you're one, I mean, you were one of the lower, you're one of the lowest ones when you look at the growth councils. So there's no way that the debt is out of control. And there are so many safeguards built in. I mean, there's the LGFA covenants, there's the auditors, there's the Department of Internal Affairs, and there's Local Government New Zealand as well. So there's multiple safeguards. And I've never, I mean, I speak to the LGFA multiple times a week, and we talk about various councils. I've never ever heard Waimakariri mentioned as a problem council. I mean, you're not. I mean, you're probably, also, I mean, I'm not being patronising because I'm here, but I mean, you're probably one of the glamour I mean, you're probably one of the more respected councils as far as financial management goes and your debt levels. So no, I don't see any concern at all.
Right, thank you very much.
Good to hear, thank you. Councillor Fulton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Miles, you talked about an easing cycle for OCR, and it sounds like the way it works is that you never quite receive the full benefit because the markets are anticipating the bottom before you even get to the bottom. But for council in relation to LGFA, does this mean our average cost of borrowing across the organisation should be easing as well at a time?
It has come down. I think you're closer, was it 5%, Chief? You're now down at 4%. So
what are the expectations there? If you said there was OCR coming on, I know it's not the same thing as LGFA, but does that mean that we potentially have another?
That interest rate projection graph, I don't know if you can get, it showed the cost of funds going down to about 3.75. And then starting to go up. Yeah.
Okay, that's your thank you. Councillor Ward. Goldsworthy.
Thank you for your presentation. It's very valuable, and I do understand that it's a moving feast at the moment with the situation overseas. And but as a growth council, having to invest in our infrastructure for the future, would you agree that it's important that the future generations share the cost of the infrastructure that they're going to benefit from?
talking about intergenerational equity, yes, I mean, I do agree with that. I mean, you can't have the current ratepayers bearing all of the cost of infrastructure that's going to last 50 or 100 years, or I don't know if it's 100 years, but 20, 30, 40, 50 years or so. So no, I don't believe in lumping the existing generation with all the costs that the future generations are going to actually take the advantage of and have the benefit on.
Thank you for your time.
Yes, it was explained to me recently that when we look at our debt to our asset, it's at peak, it's around roughly 10% or thereabouts. And it was suggested that when you look at your own mortgage, maybe all of us would be quite pleased if we only had 10% of mortgage on our asset. Well, no debt would be the ideal, of course. But would you, in terms of indication, Miles, would you say that that sort of approach of where we're heading with our debt, that is, in your opinion and what you see to be sort of we're talking before the not necessarily the poster child, but certainly the ideal. We're in a fairly well managed situation in that regard. Is that how you're considering that?
Yeah. And I don't think the debt to revenue is going to go too high. What's it projected to go to, Jeff?
I think it peaks at 170, and then it climbs, goes back down 10 years and about 134 again.
Back to where you are. Yeah. I mean, 1%, 170 is still eminently manageable, and showing the ones that were above 170, and all those ones are going higher as well. The 5 growth councils are actually having to get that. Well, it's 290 at the moment. It's going down to 285%, and then it's going to settle at 280. They put it up after COVID, so the maximum will be 280%. But there are 5 growth councils are actually having to get an exemption, so and they will potentially go up to 350%. And the 5, I think, Tauranga, Hamilton, Waipa, Queenstown, and there's one other, I'm not sure what it is. I even asked the LGFA and they couldn't tell me. But those ones are going to go above 280%. And you're already looking at 170%. So, and all of them are actually going up because of the infrastructure spend. I don't think there are any that are projecting to go down. So it's not as if you're going up and the other states are going down. They're all going up, but they're probably going up more than what your one's going up.
I'm very comfortable with that. Thank you very much, Miles. Very good presentation. Any other? Sorry, Councillor Goldsworthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question. With the long-term and the short-term rates effectively almost evening out, when would your advice be to consider taking out longer-term swaps to lock in those rates for a longer period of time? What kind of market factors would you be looking for?
It's a really good question. It's what we're grappling with at the moment. What I'm trying to do with these swaps is target the best part of the yield curve, the ones that I put up on the screen, and that locks you in at about 350. But I'm going to have a conversation with management about whether on that very point. So you can lock in for a period of 5 or 6 years at about 375, and I think we will probably look to take out some of that. If these rates come down a little bit more, then I think we would look to extend that hedging profile out further and lock you in further. I just have an aversion to locking you in with something with a 4 in front of it, and it's more, the optics of it. 399 is a lot better than 4 or 4.01. But if I saw those longer term rates down at that 360, 365 level, then I'll probably look to do it then.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Again, Miles, thank you. And with our next paper, you're welcome to stay for that, which is 7.1, which is the amendment to the Treasury policy, which is in line with what you were recommending and discussing last week.
So if you'd like me to stay, that's fine.
Yeah, no, that'd be great if you're happy to. So we now will move to item 7.1. So that's the amendment to Treasury Policy. That's paper from in the name of Greg Bell. I assume you'll be leading that this morning.
Yeah.
Thank you.
This report has already been through the Witness Committee, and it's recommending the rates which Mike just done a presentation on that increases that bandwidth in terms of the interest rate swaps. I don't the rest of the report has been read.
Thank you. Any questions of the Chief Executive? But a recommendation, I will move that from the Chair. Someone prepared to second. Seconded Councillor Ward. So moving this, I don't have any hesitation in doing so. It's prudent as it's been advised. It's why we seek advice independently of Bancorp and the external advice that we look to, which is through, we get that from a range of agencies, Standard & Poor's to obviously the LGFA and where we're sitting with that relative advice that comes in. So I think the interest rate risk management that's been suggested here to me makes good sense on the basis of the advice we've received. I think it's just really important and that's why I was really keen for Miles to come here today to actually understand our overall position. It was unfortunate that the connection didn't work to get you to audit and risk, but it is important that the Council and our community understand where our position is, because there's a lot of, well, there has been a little bit of suggestion that where we're sitting may not be at the best from some people's point of view. Well, actually, when you look at it overall, it's an incredibly prudent position that we have here, bearing in mind that a range of our debt currently is carrying forward from the earthquakes. If we'd have mounted that cost completely on our residents over that time, it would have absolutely crippled our district, and it would not have been the right way of building back and repairing our district, but also making sure that the asset we have is in a strong position for the future and is future-proofed, and that is what we've done. It's enabled us to build the stadium, it's enabled us to build a whole range of things which make sure our district's well supported for the future. It's ensured that our infrastructure is in the strong position it is today and has led to where we are as a district. We're a growth district. It's looking, when you hear where our numbers are sitting, I hope that gives you all the relative comfort that I feel. Look, of course, anyone would like to have lower debt where you can, but in this situation, you're hearing that our debt's in as low a position as it can be based on the relative considerations and decisions that we've made. If we go through and to make significant changes, as some would propose, that would mean a significant reduction in levels of service, and I can tell you right now we would have a revolt on our hands from people who would not be happy with that. We've got settled levels of service that we've consulted with our community continually over the years through our long-term plans, and people are very satisfied with where our district's sitting. 87% and greater are the customer satisfaction surveys. It's a continual level. This is not just one-off trends, it's trends over numbers of years that tell you where our district sits. So I just say that in the context of the broadness of this, because I'm sure over the coming period of time there will be some discussion, but actually there is a very prudent position that this council has and will continue to adopt as long as I happen to be in this chair, and I'm sure as long as this council's in its position, we will make sure that we maintain a prudent position. We're always looking for where we can identify savings and opportunities, and this year's annual plan that we've put out there is one of the lowest increases that I've heard of, certainly in Canterbury, and it does put forward a prudent position, and this is in line with that. So I have no hesitation in supporting it. And Miles, I really thank you for being here today to explain that a little further, because sometimes our position's misrepresented and isn't true of where the actual reality is. When we're dealing in a marketplace that's fairly volatile, and in the context of where we're at, we have a fairly settled position as a result of good, prudent position. And I want to acknowledge the effort that our staff put into this, from our chief executive down. We are rated as one of the highest performing councils in the country, and that's not by accident. It's because we have the right staff in place that undertake that for us, and we work together as a team to understand where our challenges are and then put forward the position that we believe is best for our community. So I'll have more to say on that in the coming months, but I just wanted to state that today, that I'm very comfortable with our position. I want to acknowledge and thank all that make this policy work and ensure that we're delivering a prudent position for our district. Councillor Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also want to reiterate that we're very fortunate to have a great CEO and finance team who look after us and keep us in line. We are a growth council. We should be very proud that our debt levels are only at this stage 200 million, but our assets are $2.8 billion. So go figure there. And I think we have to make sure that as a growth council that we cannot stop investing in infrastructure and our future and the quality of life for our citizens, because no matter what happens, if you delay capital expenditure, inflation's going to beat you, and every time. So please, we have to invest prudently so that we do keep in touch with inflation, because if we delay, we're never going to be able to afford things. We've found that councils who do not invest are now coping with huge costs because they haven't invested. We have. We should be very proud of what we've had to do after the earthquakes, which was a huge challenge, and the council have done really, really well, and we should be very proud of it, and I'm very proud to be part of what we are now. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Ward. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, thank you, Miles. I always appreciate you coming here and putting things in language that people can understand, and your graphs are always very good at explaining what's happening there. But there is a couple of points that I do want to make, and it does come down to the wood market, and the markets that are out there in New Zealand will be what they are, and all we can do is follow and take advice and make sure that we're sitting within inside limits that we need to be doing, and we are sitting inside limits that we need to take care of, and we're pretty prudent around doing that. But there are a couple of things here. We've got innovations in this council that aren't there. We have headroom for future disasters within our monetary policies. Other councils don't have that. We depreciate. Some councils don't depreciate at all. We put plans to get 150-year infrastructure plans that are there. Will they be right? No, they won't be. But they're a damn good guide about where we're going and what we want to do in this district. And the most important thing is that we are a growth council. Because of our prudence, this is where people want to live. This is where they want to come to. We want to turn that around and put negativity out there about our debt and all of those sorts of things that are around it. And people are entitled to their opinions. I'm not suggesting that people shouldn't be entitled to their positions. If we want to do that and become one of the councils that sit on that graph that you had up there, the table that you had up there, and get up into the figures that we don't require, then all we need to do is stop doing what we're doing.
Any other speakers? Councillor Redmond, followed by Councillor Bryan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Miles, for your presentation. Just coming back to the motion before us, which is amending the interest rate risk management section of our Treasury policy, we've got a wee bit diverted over our all over our whole debt scenario, but I was reassured when you said we weren't tweaking these rules, shall we call them, to fit the circumstances, that we have a longer term strategy, because I would be concerned if we were only tweaking them to suit where we're at now. So you satisfactorily answered that for me. I was also pleased to hear you confirm that our debt is not out of control, contrary to some views possibly around the table. The council is in a very good position financially, as other speakers have indicated. So I regard these as the recommendations just as tweaking our policy to keep it fit for purpose in the current climate. So thank you for making those suggestions, and I'll be supporting.
Thank you, Councillor Brown.
A couple of weeks ago, my son who lives in Kaiapoi approached me and said, "Dad, I've just read on social media that Waimakariri District Council is $200 million in debt." Because I don't do social media, so. But he said, "I'm very concerned that we're $200 million in debt." And I said, "Well, I'm concerned as well, son. But whatever you read, did it also say what we spent the $200 million on?" I said, "That's the question you should be asking. Because you flush your toilet, it's not going into the river now, it's going out straight out into the sea. It's not going through your Kaiapoi River. We built pools. We built I'm not going to take up long here by listing the things that we have invested in. And quite right, intergenerational debt is the way to do it. It got me offside at the last election with Grey Power. They didn't quite understand the concept, and Jeff had to bail me out a little bit. But it is the way to go. But you know, even my own son, he's 36 with 3 kids and what have you, and he couldn't quite understand it. So you know, there is some messaging that needs to be done, because there's a fair bit of scaremongering going on out there at the moment, and I think it's very unfortunate, especially when you listen to presentations like this that we've been fortunate enough to have this morning. So I thank you very much for coming along.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Just briefly in right of reply, I think, yes, it has gone broader in our points this morning, but I think it's all related, so I was perfectly comfortable with allowing that, because it is actually around the broadness that this is being interpreted, and we're right in that at the moment. And I agree with you, right, Councillor Bryan, there's a fair amount of scaremongering that is going on and misinformation. And as a, you know, I think all of us would like to see if we got to a point where our debt was low, of course we would. But there has consequences in doing it. If you reduce it too quickly, in order to, and what the compromise would be in doing so. So where we've ended up is, I think at the present time, I think the best position we can be in right now. We of course are paying down debt as we go. It's being paid and the depreciation model. It's a mix which is sitting there, which other councils don't do as well as we do in that space, and we know that from as we've gone about doing the Three Waters work that we've been doing, our position relative to others. I'm not criticising other councils, that's their choice, but we've had a long developed policy over the last 20 odd years that I've been involved in this council, where we've developed that in consultation and working with our community. To go back and to not fund things properly and to do the things would be like going back to the Wild West. I don't think we ever want to go back to those days. I remember sitting here for a term on a council where there was all manner of savings and other things being explored. We didn't save a single thing in that time that I recall. There was lots of discussion about it, lots of upsetting the community, lots of dissension, and in the end, the pool was the main issue at the time. The pool got built and it cost more for the delay in the time that we did it. So I think any of us that sat there through that time know how destructive that can be. I never want to see us go back to those days. Robust discussions about projects and things that we've got, absolutely, 100%. That's what we have annual plans and long-term plans for. We test those well and truly with our community, and it's right differing opinions, 100%. It's what we live in a democracy for. But today, we're looking at the here and now, and it is an amendment to this Treasury policy, which has been well and truly well considered, and fully support it, and ask and encourage colleagues to do the same. I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary? Declare that carried. Thanks, Miles.
Can I just make one point? Just what you, if that's right, that's what you've been saying is that, you know, I go around the country and I look after our local authority sector. So, I mean, I through the North Island and all through the South Island as well. And your ratepayers' criticism of your debt level, you're not alone there, I can assure you. You know, I mean, it's a perennial problem with councils is that some people just think that debt is bad, no matter how little or how big it is. So, you know, you're not facing a situation which is unique by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, you look at the Queenstown Lakes, and I know, I mean, they're a client of ours, but I mean, they've got 700 million of debt. And I think they're the seventh biggest borrower from the LGFA. And, you know, their ratio is 271%. So, yeah, you're in a very, I'm repeating myself here, but you're in a very fortunate position. But as I say, it's not a singular problem here. I mean, it's nationwide.
Thanks, Miles. I think there is a fundamental misunderstanding at times in how that's put forward, and that's something we have to own, I think, and do better at explaining as well. So thank you very much for being here with us today, and your explanations and presentations are always welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're now back to now, Drusilla. I understand you've got a deputation for up to 10 minutes, so do you want to come forward and present that in relation to item 9.1 on the agenda, as I understand, which is correspondence from you. So it's a maximum of 10 minutes, Drusilla, and if you want to leave an opportunity for questions, thank you. And just for the others that are here, we've got the item which is around the Rangiora Eastern Link, and I understand there's some residents here. I see James and another gentleman may be here for that purpose too. We'll be dealing with that item next. Thank you. Go, Drusilla. Thank you. If you want to just use the microphone that's in front of you, with that, you click there. Thank you.
Kia ora. I'll keep it really simple. I bought 2 pamphlets, okay. I presented in front of the Christchurch City Council on the 19th of February. I opened the Star, found out they weren't doing the Jubilee, the celebration for the first 4 boats. That really, really got me really angry. I've been working in construction on the rebuild right around Christchurch since 2010. I go to town every day, I get around. Drama and film is my thing, and I'm a collector. And I've also been helping groups for the last, since 2010, I've given out $8,000 worth of stuff, helping different groups. Christchurch Christmas Parade, the Lancaster Park, all those things. So I thought, I've been sitting on these dolls for 8 years, why can't we do an event? I love the royal family. My mum loved the royal, and my husband was English, so I know a lot about the English history. And I'm also Taranaki iwi, okay? And my grandfather, I found out the other day, immigrated 1930 was Irish, and he was born in Scotland, came out here, built a house in Taterville, they worked in the mine, and that's where we all come from, okay? And he was married in Littleton. So Littleton was quite relevant. So anyway, I talked to Aaron. He wanted me to present in front of the council. I did. Only to find the Pilgrim Society, the Early Settler Society, they're very elderly. I've been in touch with them since. I'm waiting for them to come back. But in that time, I booked the Art Centre for the 15th right through to the 21st of December. If the Pilgrim group come back to me and say, we can't do it, we've got no funding, I've already got an idea that what we will do, we'll set up on the 15th The 16th and the 17th, we will actually go over to Littleton and I will organise an event. In that time, I was helping Mr. Rainwood, who was the old post office in the centre of town, and we were doing all the history of Captain Cook and everything. His project fell over because he was $2 million short, but I'd actually already started buying a painting, a print of the first 4 boats. I then went to Littleton, not last weekend, but the weekend before, ran into a lady in the library, in the visitor centre. I joined for $20. She gave me the original program, got the play and everything. I went into the square, picked up the original coin. I've got coins. I also have bought a box in the public trust to hold all the coins and really important, but more than anything, my husband's medal. Because he was in the Suez Canal, 80,000 troops. And we're allowed to also store the art there. So I'm not looking at this just being a one-off event. I'm looking that we can roll it out every 2 or every 5 years, and it'll be a way of connecting the whole community. I also opened up the Metro magazine 2 back, and there was a gentleman who came out in 1850 and bought 33 hectares of land in Cheviot. I then took a person to go and buy some slippers in, is it Blackwell's? In Kaipoi. And when we were in there, we picked up the Kaipoi book with the history, and then when I opened it, it was talking about the harbour, 1831. And this is what I would like to see. So if I do my event, we do this pack out on the 15th, we do an event on the 16th and the 17th in Littleton, then the 18th to the 21st we do an event in the Christchurch City Art Centre. I would like to see something in Kaipoi. I can't organise it, but I thought I was going to approach the community board, but I thought I'd come and present to you first, let you know what's going on, then go back to the Kaipoi Community Board. By then I would have heard from the early settlers group. I will be presenting again to the Christchurch City Council. I've also spoken to Jake, who is the centre of Christchurch. I've also spoken to Aaron, who's a porter. And then yesterday I spoke to Mr. Ballantynes, to the Ballantynes family, because that's quite relevant as well. And so all these things. Now, why I'm running around doing all this is I'm actually going to London in September. I want to know. It's got to be sorted. I haven't time. This is not my only project. Okay, but this is just to keep you informed. And I would like something done. And I thought what we could do with Kaipoi, high tea, you know, but what we'll do, we'll put an expression of interest out to see who's interested. But I'd like to approach the Kaipoi Community Board, looking at maybe if we could do something in the gallery. I don't even mind loaning 3 or 4 of my paintings, not the dolls or the coins, they will stay in the Kaipoi because it's too much work. But this is just to let you know and to put some feelers out. And the thing is also too, I spoke to my friend Sally, who's a kaumātua and works with a lot of the immigrants, keeping her informed. Yesterday I ran into Toe, I can't remember his second name, but they're just in the middle of court. This is Naitahu, in the middle of court over the freshwater thing. So they're just winding that up. I think once they get all that, people are pretty snowed under with what they're doing. So the idea is I just keep ploughing ahead with this, and then we leave the door open to see who wants to come in.
Thanks. So that's all. Just hold on, there might be a question there, Drusilla, but firstly can I say that as a descendant of the first 4 ships, it's very important. So recognition, so it's nice to see that the city are doing something here, which is great. So thank you for giving us a bit of a synopsis of where it's at. You were presenting to the community board. Did you say the Kaipoi Tuahiwi Community Board?
Yeah, I'll go to
Okay,
you.
well, the chair of the community board is also involved with the gallery, so your idea of something at the gallery may well be something Jackie Watson and the team are interested in supporting, but that will be up to them. Any questions? Councillor Fulton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Drusilla. I noticed you're focusing your contact on Kaiapoi at this point. I realise there's a lot of ways you could approach this. But across Waimakariri, 1850 and earlier, have you thought of the bigger context for the settlement in the district, for other parts of our district? And
Yeah, I have, but the thing is, I think the biggest thing is just getting the word out there. I did speak to the staff once. I've got to be really courteous. This is other people's. This is a big deal to a lot of people. So the first thing is to wait to the settlers out of respect, invite them on board, and then yes, I've spoken to the staff. I'm going to go back to them. There's also the Akaroa Mail. I saw an article there. Also too, I forgot. I've got Pete down the main road. He's doing the posters, and we'll have all them out as well. So it's just a matter of being very diplomatic. But I'm willing to work with anybody if they want to come on board.
Thanks, Councillor Fulton. Councillor Redmond.
Thanks for coming along, Drusilla. I think it's an excellent idea that you've put forward. Do you consider that your iwi background, together with your colonial roots, make you a more inclusive rather than divisive person to be promoting this idea? And secondly, what does Mayor Major say about the project?
What does
Mayor Major, Phil Major?
I haven't spoken to him yet because I did present and they sent a letter out, but that was it. I've had no contact. And as far as the bottom line for me is I'm a girl. I like dogs. I like dressing up. We want to do high tea. But you've got to have a structure to do that. And so that's the plan. I've actually got 20 grand's worth of wardrobe I've been collecting for 14 years. And we want to get dressed up as girls because I think we've gone through the rebuild, our whole city and infrastructure. The earthquake actually put everything, drama and film, back 20 years. It's taken me 14 years to build up all the stock. And this is where we're at. I think we're in a different mode. People want to actually, but to wait another 6 years, people will be too old. I've met a couple of people who was a girl from Winds, and she was telling me her whole family, they did Addington Raceway. They rented it out. I was reading the program. England actually sent a cake that had been built, a big cake, and it was actually designed by the top baker in England. So we need to kind of do something. But yeah, I've got to just watch what I do though.
What I asked about Mayor Major was that in your handout, Chris Lynch had some comments attributed to him, and he was very favourable to the idea.
Yeah, I think
so. I thought you must have spoken with him.
But the problem for me is just time. Like this, I've just actually lost my husband in COVID in 22, and I've been on probate since June. It only got sorted out last Monday. So I'm in the middle of doing all that, and then now I'm going to concentrate on this.
Well, thank you very much for bringing us up to date.
Thanks, Drusilla, and it sounds like you're in touch with some of the councillors from the city from what you were just saying. So I see David Hills here from North Canterbury News, so he may be worth talking to, because if there are others interested in doing something here, perhaps something along that line might connect the dots there, so and might be a way of you finding if there's others in the district that are interested. I'd also encourage you to talk to Enterprise North Canterbury, because they do have events funding. So if there is, if you can get something together as interest, there may be some funding available to help with that. So, but as Councillor Redmond mentioned, I did read also that I think it was the Mayor of Christchurch that stepped in to make sure that they were doing something, because I don't think they were planning to recognise it as I have understood, so if I read correctly. So thanks for bringing it to our attention today.
Yeah, I'm going to go and speak to Helen and Joan, but I've also got to be respectful to Jackie because she's done a lot of stuff in Kaipoi.
Yes.
So I'll go back to her as well.
Yeah, lovely. Thanks, Drusilla. All right. Okay. Right. So we no adjourned business. So we're now coming to 6.1, which is the Rangura Eastern Link. So I invite Joanne and Rob, and I acknowledge that we have people that live in the immediate, the affected area that may also be present today. So thank you for coming along and showing your interest. Thanks, Rob, when you're ready.
Kia ora koutou. This paper is inviting you to make a decision on the route of the Rangiora Eastern Link. I suppose it's a milestone along a very long road that's been coming since 2001, when the Rangiora Transport Study identified that as a key investment to make in the future as the town grew. And perhaps that time is coming now with forecast growth in the district plan and in East Rangiora. So the work that the team have done has identified that the solutions, the options provide some excellent transport outcomes and good economic metrics, which is promising in terms of securing funding for the construction phase of this project. So that is good news, but also it's assisted in being able to identify the route options for you and the benefits and costs of each of those options. So in determining, in working through this, we've identified the long list and the short list. We've also spoke with all the neighbours that are directly adjacent on the route of some of those shortlisted options. We've also undertaken a drop-in session for elected members to receive feedback on the shortlist that way, and we've undertaken an analysis with staff from NZTA and Whitiora on behalf of Ngāti Rere to develop the advice that you see here today. So in the end, I think it comes down to west or east of the wastewater plant. That's the advice that we're given, and that's where the conversations with that cross-agency group came down to. Some key differences between them, perhaps on the going around the west side of the plant, which is the current designated route, because it's in that designation in the proposed district plan, the risk to delivery is materially less. That is, of course, the purpose of a designation. It also uses less of the wastewater treatment plant land and has less impact on neighbours. Conversely, the route around the east side of the plant perhaps uses some more land, but provides a better urban form, less triangular shaped parcels of land on that north side of Marsh Road for future development for non-residential purposes. So our advice after the analysis work that we've done is that the current designated route would be our recommendation. So that's option B1, west of the wastewater treatment plant. An associated matter that we would like you to make a decision on is whether or not to connect the REL to Marsh Road heading westwards. The reason why we are recommending that it is not connected is because the REL will divert about 6,000 cars over the Marsh Road level crossing, which is a substandard level crossing. If it would be substandard if we had another 6,000 cars going across it, it would require a substantial upgrade, but not only that, it would sub the Station Road and the Station Road Southbrook intersection. So the implications are fairly significant, both in terms of cost, but also in terms of the amount of traffic in that area. So our recommendation is not to have a connection between Marsh Road and the RAL, allowing Marsh Road effectively to become a cul-de-sac to the wastewater treatment plant and the properties on that side of the railway line, and so avoid the implications of doing that. And I think that summarises the report that you have before you.
Thank you. Just on that, Rob, around Marsh Road and not including that connection, if we considered or taken on board, would there be any likely feedback from any residents that use that road that we may or may not have considered in that recommendation?
Yeah, it's a good question. We haven't had an opportunity to have those discussions just in terms of the timeframes that we've been working to. So the answer is no. We haven't consulted with the neighbours along Marsh Road, the 2 or 3 properties along there.
Do you envisage that being a big issue for us to work through?
I anticipate no, that it won't be a big issue. I think there will be changes in that area in the future with the proposed rezoning there to industrial, and I think that may be a larger conversation.
Do we need to resolve that today, or could it be more rather than agreed notes that it doesn't include it at this point? Just testing that, just noting we haven't had, that I've seen or had any specific feedback about that.
So no, the reason I've asked you to make a decision is solely to allow the concept designers to allow for that, and the concept design that they'll be developing over the next few months. We can ask them to do an either-or types of approach and adapt to that.
Maybe if we just, rather than agree, put notes that would enable us to have that conversation, and that could be resolved at a later stage. I don't think that would delay it. Is that correct?
That's fine.
All right. Question. Yeah.
I don't believe we have a conflict of interest on this through the district plan. It's just that the road that goes through that land is subject to district plan matters, and while I don't believe there is a conflict, I think I'll abstain from the voting. I'll sit around the table, but won't abstain from the voting because it does involve the land that runs through there.
Might be wise. Would that be the same for you, Councillor Meeks?
Yeah.
So just note that. Right, question, Councillor Redmond Fulton.
Thank you for the work that you've been doing, Rob. And my question to you is, the western option, which is designated, means that we can proceed straight away without delay, and that's correct, isn't it? The western.
So from a consenting perspective, yeah, obviously there's other matters to address. Yeah.
And my second question is, if we keep to the western part, it means that down the track if we have to, with growth in the district, extend the ponds, we can do that without interruption, whereas if the eastern link one was done, eastern pathway was done, that would restrict that any expansion of the ponds. Is that correct?
Yeah, if I can expand on that a little bit. So the current plans for expansion is able to be accommodated with either option. It is perhaps the future beyond what we can, the current horizon.
And my third question is that the area north of the ponds, I understand, is not suitable or will not be consented for residential because of potential smells or and only be assigned to be commercial. Is that correct?
Yes, that's my understanding as well, that there is a air quality line, if you like, around the plant.
So having said that, the developer will not restrict the developer from developing that into a commercial area. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So thank you, that helps my
You
decision.
might want to further that in your debate. Your train of thought, if that's where you were going with that.
Yes, no, they were my questions, but
Thank you.
no.
No, okay, you can raise that in debate. Sorry, I could see where you were going there. Councillor Redmond, Fulton, Goldsworthy, did you have a question? Okay, I'll come back to you. So Councillor Redmond, Fulton, Goldsworthy, then Mannix.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you for your report, and which I've read, and also the landowner comments that were part of that report. Two questions. Firstly, are there other ways for a developer to address urban form if the Western Link is approved?
So the Western Link create because it has the two roads crossing at an angle naturally creates triangular shaped parcels as opposed to more rectilinear shaped parcels. It is as simple as that in many ways. So I'd be hesitant about overemphasising the impact. There are plenty of triangular shaped parcels in the district and in the country which have been developed well. So there are solutions which are able to be for all these situations.
Rob, do you think you could pull that up a bit closer so it's it's probably be better for us to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. I was referring to the landowner who was concerned if the Western Link went ahead, that it affects his or their proposed development. So if the Western Link is the preferred option, and we have yet to determine that, does that prejudice the development of the eastern area? I guess is my question.
So prejudice the development of the land to the east of the RL and north of Marsh Road, obviously. No, that's still able to be accommodated. Obviously, that is outside the current proposed plan discussions. But aside from that, there will be no other limitation created by the road.
Right, thank you. My second question, from reading some of the landowners' concerns, ingress and egress from their properties appeared to be an issue for them. Is that something we could include in the recommendation, that those concerns be addressed at the detailed design stage?
Yeah, thanks for that question. Yes, I think a number of the matters that discussed with the property owners are around the level of detail to ensure that the design properly accommodates their concerns in terms of visibility and other access arrangements.
Right, thanks very much.
Thank you.
So you're just given the light of questions, I think I will declare a conflict. It's dealing directly with that land, so I think I will declare a conflict and leave the room.
Yeah, might be wise for both to think about that. Thank you. So we're just noting Councillor Atkins in the meeting and declare the conflict with respect, only with respect because the may be being considered through the district plan review process. Councillor Fulton.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As it happens, more so with my next question in terms of town planning, at least my colleague Councillor Redmond touched on the ins and outs of Lineside Road and other roads. Will this project connect to our Southbrook or Greater Rangiora town strategy, both for commercial growth, retail growth, just because this is our southern entrance to our town, and we also have considerations of not just the district planning, but as you know. So is this part of a bigger whole in terms of how we grow the southern end of Rangiora and surrounding? And how so?
I think because this is still working its way through the district plan I'm not sure that we can comment on whether it's part of the wider strategy at the moment. It's obviously an opportunity that is going through that process, and the proposed district plan would look at how that would tie into, I think, the wider plans for growing rainwater. In terms of that activity on the land, it certainly ties in with what is proposed through, and I guess the activity that is currently already occurring through that South Brook area, with the residential being more to the north of Boys Road. So yeah, I guess it's fitting with the current activities, and there is that limitation on what activity can occur in that area because of the ponds themselves. I'm not sure if that answers your
Yes, it does, and it would sense. And the secondary, if I may, the tie-in to our stormwater management plans and our environmental planning coming through, that is a critical point of access for our water flows from our roads, from our industry. So this integration as well. So we're doing the same things concurrently and trying to figure out whether this will be a help or hindrance to that.
I think the road itself will have to go through a whole consenting process, and part of that will look at how stormwater is managed and discharged and treated through that process. So that would be part of the consenting process that needs to occur alongside the development of the road. There's definitely opportunities, and we will need to be looking at how this ties in with the stormwater bond that's already at the very south end of Rainwater on the north side of Lineside Road. So that will all come out through that kind of next stage of consenting and detailed design process.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor, me and Xenia, both declared theirs. So Councillor Goldsworthy and then Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hopefully I answered my own question in my study of this report, but could you quickly explain the difference in net present value between options B1 and B21? There just seems to be quite a different outcome of the net present value compared to the investment that's put in.
Maybe I kill the tree to actually be able to answer this question. Can I, so in terms of the net present value between B1 and B2.1?
Yes.
Yeah. So they are, well, so we've got 282 million versus 254 million of present value benefits. I may be reading a different table when I'm summarising which so you may have to tell me which table you're reading.
So it's just on page 13 of the report. And it's come back that the net present value of B1 is 223.8 and the net present value of B21 is 194.6.
Check, make sure that I'm looking at the right table.
It's under attachment 1.
Okay. Under attachment 1.
Our report, multi-criteria analysis.
Okay, thanks. Yep. So this is the economic modelling that's been done by Stantec, which is out of this the report here. Around about 80% of those benefits come out of vehicle operating costs or travel time, effectively, and so it would be the differences are principally reflected in the different travel times between each of the options, and so this is indicating that the model is telling us that there is greater travel time savings as a result of the western route than the eastern route.
Thank you very much for the clarification.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Thank you. Just concerns on 6.1 on the financial aspects of it. You've got development contributions district-wide, does that mean every developed section from there on, and for example, Kaipoi, gets an extra $1,942 roading contribution added to it?
So those figures in that section reflect the current development contributions.
So that's already been paid?
For each additional lot being created across the district, yes.
So that's sitting in the bank?
Some of them are.
Some of it.
The ones that have been developed, obviously, there's the future ones, yes.
Yeah. So that means the every section has a development contribution existingly. So where was that original money for those development contributions going to go to? And will we have money to do those roading jobs? Because we're diverting that from, I'll go for example, Kaipoi back to this area. So where is the funding for those places in Kaipoi, for example, that would have had those development contributions spread in that area? Where's that money coming from?
So that is a specific development contribution for the Rangiora Eastern Link within the general roading development contribution. So it is Joanne will say which year it was introduced over. It's a specific contribution rather than a replacement or a diversion of funds.
And so development contributions are captured for a number of projects through our development contribution policy, and they I guess are used when that project comes up for our whenever they sit within the long-term plan. So over time we will be capturing development contributions for a number of projects that may not get used straight away, but they're within our long-term plan, so they are proposed to be spent during that time. That's how they're captured currently.
Oh, that's okay. And last question, when we went to consultation on this, we were advised, it was actually, most of the people thought 51% contribution by land transport and 49% by council. Will we be going back out for consultation when actually the land transport cost now has actually gone down to 25% instead of 51% as most people speculated that would be?
I don't understand. What's been, so can you explain that? Because that's not how I understood it was explained at the time.
So I think when we went out to consultation, we said, council said that they would progress with the project if they got NZTA subsidy. And there's a portion of this project which has area specific development contributions, and that is for that West Rangiora area, which is directly benefiting from the new road. Through this business case process, we don't believe we will be able to get subsidy for that because that's directly related to growth rather than the general levels of service for the project. There's also the funding that has been taken through the development contributions. The subsidy portion is likely to apply to the self-service portion of the project, which is the part that's rate funded or loan funded, if you like. So that portion of the project, at the moment we will need to work through that with NZTA, but we're getting strong signals that they will be supportive of co-funding that portion of the project.
That's cool. Just the last question was on that development contributions. I wasn't quite certain of the answer. That 8.6 million from the district-wide and the East rate, 8.76 million, is sitting in the bank already, or is that a lot of that still to come from development contributions, or is that being paid into a separate account?
It is collected over time, and we have just started collecting that. So yes, we don't have all of it now. We haven't collected the full amount,
but that will be collected over time.
So what percentage will that be, roughly, have you collected?
Sorry, I don't have that figure on me, I would need to follow up.
Could we have that figure?
Well, look, this is today just agreeing to the next stage. There's a whole range of work to be around the preferred alignment, funding, and that there is still a lot of water to go under that bridge before at that point. So still, I would say let's not get too bound by that at the moment. There is still a lot of time, a lot of process to go through and to get NZTA's approval, which we don't have at this point.
And just to clarify, the development contributions is policies that we collect 10 years. In 10 years we hold it in arrears, so it's a total of 20 years. So all of our development contributions are funded over that period of time. And the way it's modelled through the LTP is to recover any differences in loan funding over that period of time as well. So it's a formula that we use through all of our development contributions funded works.
I realised that, but what I was getting at was it's actually a straight, how much of that 17.5 million in borrowing would that happen straight away if this project was to produce?
It's probably a function of growth. So probably 50% of it would be funded probably before the actual somewhere between 10 and 50% would be funded before the project was finished.
Right. Any further questions? So Councillor Redmond has just passed to me something here which I ought to incorporate into the, which would be just test it with staff, that E notes the concerns of affected landowners regarding safe ingress and egress to their properties and requests their concerns to be addressed in the detailed design stage. I personally think that would be okay. In my personal opinion, it'll be up to the council, but staff got any reservations with that?
Very comfortable with that.
Okay, so I'm going to test the meeting with A, with the B as is, which is the eastern link, which is the west, which is the present alignment, or present designation. Change the words from C, from agrees to notes. D, as is, and then adds the E, which notes the concerns of affected landowners regarding safe ingress and egress to their properties and requests their concerns to be addressed in the detailed design stage. You're prepared to move that, second that, Councillor Ward. I'll give that to yeah. Just in speaking to this, can I firstly start by acknowledging the work that Rob has undertaken on this. I think having you brought on board, Rob, I think was a really inspired choice of Jared and the team, and working in with Don and others, Joanne of course, that have brought this project to fruition by way of building the business case and funding and that we received from the government. So we received around $500,000, as I understand, to undertake the business case work, which was a really important part of the development of this. This is why this has come forward and we're able to be having this discussion now, where there's been able to be the conversations with directly affected landowners like James Franklin, who's here today. And James, we appreciated the opportunity to meet with you a couple of weeks back to understand your concerns, as well as I did have a conversation with the landowner in question that's got a large parcel and had proposed a different alignment there. While they would prefer that because it would make a lot more sense for future development of their land, assuming that process concludes that. I don't know whether it will or won't, because we're still awaiting a district plan, notwithstanding that they were understanding of what the council's position would be. And and there were some good reasons why they put that forward, but actually when it all comes down to it, to me the compelling bit is that we're not delaying this unduly. We've already undertaken substantial work that concluded that the designation there was the right thing to do in the first instance. And yes, while from a development point of view there might be some sense there, it's actually not going to change overall the outcome. If they did proceed, development can still proceed on that particular block if that is the conclusion it reaches. And for me, not delaying this and getting on with it, if we get all our ducks in a row and we've done our work, we've put all the work in around the detailed design, this business case, we then are in a strong position to present this to NZTA to get this funded. And to me, that's the priority. I'm persuaded that I think this is the right alignment based on the work that's been done. And also the conversation with not only landowners, but people who've had a stake in the town for a long time who want to see us get on and get this done. We're dealing with here 26,000 vehicle movements a day through South Block. We've got to deal with this. Anyone that uses this area knows how congested this area can be and how unproductive that is. With a viable route this proposes helps address that. Now, the next stage of this has got a lot of work to do. So just because we get this work done doesn't mean that we've got the tick from NZTA, but it's along the lines of presenting it so that they can consider this business case and hopefully it gets their endorsement. It's also important for the development contributions we're taking now, but also for future, that this is a viable project that's happening. Gives certainty to our development community that we are going to be addressing this, and where they're taking development contributions, that it is going to a project that's got a future. I've taken the opportunity over the last number of years to raise this with ministers of transport. I brought the chair of NZTA, we met with him, with Mayor Phil Major, but we also invited him down here, and he came on the visit with us to understand exactly how important this project is. But not only this, it's actually part of a coordinated plan. I want to acknowledge the staff that developed a document that explains the narrative of how it all fits in, because there is a coordinated plan of how we're proposing to deal with transport and flow in our district, and what a funding partnership and opportunity there is for the Crown or NZTA to help us in that. You know, that was the bit that was missing. We had a whole range of different projects and our staff have done some great work on, but it needed a coordinated picture. So when we had the chair of NZTA here, when we had the previous minister of NZTA, Simeon Brown, we were able to present that to them and they could see where that sits. So I wasn't surprised when we did receive the funding for the business case through, and I want to acknowledge the work that our staff put into getting that there. It's because there's been a significant amount of lobbying and effective lobbying to ensure that our needs are well understood. And I would like to acknowledge Councillor Ward's leadership in this. Joan has, I think, Councillor Ward, you've done a really good job of raising this as an important project and ensuring that it's at the forefront of your colleagues' minds. Now, it's not just a councillor, we've all been involved in that, and it's been a project over many years, but you certainly have ensured that that project's had, well, your passion for it has certainly shone through, and it has been a project that's been on the book for some times, but certainly your acknowledgement of that has certainly helped, I think, raise that here at this table. So thank you, Councillor Ward, for your effort. But just to acknowledge our whole team in this, thank you very much for the work that's been done. There's still work to be done on this, but in getting this, the preferred alignment adopted today is the important part of this next phase. And we've got a lot of work to do to get NZTA to get the next stage of this funded, and that's the work that we will now need to put in. So thank you very much, Rob and team, and certainly carries my full support. Councillor Ward.
Thank you. I'll be delighted to accept this. I hope we can get this recommendation through in a timely way, because it's actually been on the table since the year 2000, and so it's long overdue to get this underway. I want to say a big thank you to Rob and the team, the roading team. We're so blessed to have great engineers in our team, one of the best in the country. So Jared and your team and Joanne, thank you for the support that you give to Rob, because this is what makes it worthwhile. And the business case study and this report was so detailed, I just went cross-eyed yesterday and had to take both for a walk. So anyway, well done. I do have to say that the timing for this we cannot delay, because the timing for this is critical with the expansion of the Belgrove subdivision and all those extra homes that are being built east of Rangiora. We need to have this Eastern Link completed for the ease of traffic, and also I know that the businesses in Southbrook are hanging out for it. We don't often go down to Pack and Save at certain times because of congestion, and I know a lot of people think twice about going to the businesses in Southbrook. So they are welcoming this because it will free up in 3 or 4 years' time, when this is finished, the extra traffic that is envisaged coming in and out of Rangiora. It's just a really good time to get this completed. Everyone will benefit, Southbrook will benefit, everyone will benefit, but sustainability of our vehicles and everything else will, and timelines for our businesses will benefit as well. So it's a win-win-win for everybody. It's something we have to do. One of the things that I would advise you, after a discussion I had last Saturday, is when you go to NZTA, could you please tell them that we really deserve to have their support. We do not need any tolls on this road. They need to consider the fact that all the extra vehicles and the road user charges that we in North Canterbury give to the NZTA and the government, we deserve to have this facility and this without a toll on this road. So please make that very clear to them that we would not be very happy if they even considered it. So that would be my advice to you on that. But anyway, that's enough from me. I look forward to working further with you and making this happen and making this a really great further entry into Rangiora and to help. But it's only the start of all the roading that we want to do, like 5 crossroads and around the west and Screw Bridge and all that. We have a lot on our plate, but this is the start. So well done.
Thank you. Councillor Redmond, followed by Councillor Bolton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a very important decision we're making today, because this route affects many people and it impacts on landowners, not to mention motorists. Going back a wee way, I was keen to look at other alternative routes to see if there was a better way to come off Lineside Road to get to the link. I'm satisfied on balance, having looked at those routes, including the preferred one here, that the benefits of adopting the Western Route B1 is the preferred route for several main reasons, but the first one is it's already designated, so it's achievable. Secondly, it is, from my reading of the maps, the most direct looking route for a motorist to take if they're heading northwest. And finally, it affects fewer landowners. The council own most of the affected land. In the report, paragraph 417 states, quite wisely, any project needs to be 1, affordable, 2, provide value for money, and 3, be able to be delivered. And it's that last one that is very important, because delivery, we've got the designation and we have a business case to NZTA. So when those stars align, Councillor Ward and before her Councillor Bryan will see their Christmas wish occur. I think as far as Marsh Road goes, that's a sensible decision to defer that, because I think it is important that we do engage with the property owners in Marsh Road. I always think it's very important to talk to people before you affect their rights. And I'm also pleased that the mover, Mr Mayor, was agreeable to my suggestion to include E, because I think one of the things I took out of the report was that legitimately landowners do have concerns over their ingress and egress, and we must never lose sight of that when we come to the detailed design. I recently went down Power Road, and coming out of Power Road at Lineside Road, I wanted to turn right to come to Rangiora, and that's not something for the faint-hearted, I'll suggest. So those residents are dealing with that every day, and these landowners, hopefully we can give them a better outcome. One of the matters, of course, is the speed limit on Lineside Road is currently 100. That may be something that we need to look at some point from a safety perspective. And I'm not generally in favour of blanket speed reductions anywhere, but I think there could be a legitimate case put forward to look at Lineside Road. But bear in mind, Lineside Road is not our road, it's NZTA's road. And the interesting question is, what is this Rangiora Eastern Link status going to be? Is NZTA going to have a continuation, or is it solely ours? And maybe the Lineside Road status for NZTA gets looked at. I don't know, those are things that will be addressed in the future. So having said all of that, I'm very pleased to support the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Edmund. Councillor Forson.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Touching on a couple of aspects of this, especially in terms of the alignment, I think the geography makes sense, and also the fact that, and this is in support of this recommendation, and also that because the designation has been so long-standing, I think it's probably the best logical, most fair sort of outcome to prefer this designation. We talked about how in the economic markets they abhor uncertainty. I'm sure that as a landowner in this area, or anyone, you also abhor uncertainty. So we are now giving people that certainty that in some sense they always, a lot of people would always believe that most likely we're going to follow the designation. This is the one that we're looking to follow. So that makes sense on that basis. We'll just say that there's a small, perhaps even a technical point in here about noting our point E, was it? Was it just to talk to landowners, affected parties? I think that makes sense from a one-on-one interaction point of view, from a fairness point of view. Although I would say that this should be built into our systems and our process already. Just a little bit of sort of caution there about adding this proviso in, to our projects. Just because one, it might raise sort of hopes and expectations that we can address the concerns. It is a legislative requirement in the Local Government Act, I think in the RNA, probably under all our provisions. So, look, I absolutely support consulting the affected parties and doing our best to reconcile any difference of opinion or any problems that might arise as part of the project. But specifically going to that, I just think we've got to just consider that from our large projects that, this should be a normal course of our business. And we just don't want to sort of open up that little can and raise expectations, because not everything can be addressed. But in general, on its merits, I support this recommended designation and the accompanying points. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams.
Yes, I'll be supporting this. I think it's by far the best route, and it stops a lot of extra disruption to other properties that we have tried other ways, so it's good. I had got a question I was going to ask, I forgot to ask, possibly Jeff Before, was...
So are you debating this now?
No, I was just saying one of the...
Are you going to ask a question?
No, I'm not going to ask a question.
Well, I was just checking for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right.
I was concerned about the development contributions, whether they actually run out in time when you actually designate a certain development contribution for a job. Hopefully that's not the case, but I understand sometimes when council do put a development contribution for a particular job and the job doesn't get done, it can expire. So that is a wee bit of concern in my book. I could be totally wrong on that. Hopefully I am. But no, this is by far the best route, and James sitting back there, and I think this actually suits his situation better than any other situation we could go into. So thank you.
Just to Councillor Williams' question, I'm not sure if the CEO heard that, but if we take a DC and then we, for whatever reason, it doesn't happen, then we're obliged to give that back. Is that correct? At a later stage, depending on if the project doesn't eventuate, if it's been taken for a set purpose, if it has, just remind me of the process around that, just so I'm clear. Unless it's been taken in general for a roading contribution, but if it's for a nominated project, my understanding that if it didn't eventuate, that would have to be, we'd have to consider the implications of giving, well, may have to give that back. Is that correct?
It's a little bit more complicated than that. Principle is that you're keeping the development contribution for that purpose. But if this exact project didn't go and we did something else that served the same purpose, then it would be the case.
That would be a decision for council.
It would be, and look, that we generally only add projects when there is quite a high level of confidence, and this was put in at the time we put in the LTP. And those timeframes can be quite long as well. So Jeff was talking about 10 years, but there are circumstances we can extend that out. But that development contribution window for some of these larger pieces of infrastructure. So look, and we do have a large number of projects in our district that have been funded partly out of development contributions, and this fits pretty squarely in amongst those projects that we've been gathering for a few years, and we will be over the coming years. Bear in mind, a large portion of this is funded from the mainly the Belgrove subdivision and that other area, which is well and truly being developed at the moment.
Thank you. Also, not to get mixed up with financial contributions, which is taken under a different act. I think that does have quite stringent controls around where if the project doesn't go ahead, the amount is refunded. So, and we've done refunds in the past where the project hasn't eventuated. That's where we take financial contribution to seal roads and like that. It never gets the growth on that particular part of the road, seal it, so we refund the financial contribution back.
Right, thank you. Any further speakers? Just in right of reply briefly, we're, as has been talked of, we are a growing district. We have to allow for this. If we don't, we're neglecting our responsibilities. To the point around tolling, I am not aware that this has been considered as a toll road. I hope it isn't for future contribution. It's a local road, as I would see this, connecting through to the current line side road. That's how I would see that, and I really do not think it should be considered in that category. If it is, and if it's ever at any risk of that, I think we would welcome to know that, and we can consider what our council's position would be at that stage, but we're not in that position at the moment, so I think we just, I haven't heard anything, has staff heard anything? No. So, designation, and this designation that's in place, if we were to go a different route, my understanding is to undertake a new designation would take significant time, any additional cost that we'd need to factor into this. So I think I'm not hearing a desire that we go differently, so hear from what's been picked up in debate. So I just want to make that point that there's a factor, as well as listening to the landowners and their various positions that are there. That was well and truly understood. The effect of Marsh Road, that's why I changed that to notes, because I do think we do need to adequately consider that. I'm not saying that it would necessarily change where their position is, but we do, I think we're obliged to make sure that they are adequately considered, and I think the addition that, in addition to that, Councillor Redmond suggested in his wording gives further strength to that, so thank you for that. This is, as it's been mentioned here, one of the biggest decisions I think we will make, or one of the largest decisions we will make in terms of the future of our roading network. So it is the big decision today. We've looked at all options, including 4-laning through Southbrook. That is just not viable. It doesn't actually future-proof it, whereas this particular option does in terms of the overall network, and that's what I was mentioning earlier. It's the overall network that we need to consider, because it's one part of it. If I had a magic wand, I would do Skewbridge, I'd do the 5 crossroads, and get all those done as soon as possible, because actually, and along with the Woodend bypass, it's all linked. Now, if we want to address our future network, it's about making sure we've got viable, safe routes for people to travel on, and it's all part of an overall network. So today, it's approving that is option B1, and the next part of that is ensuring the business case is then concluded, and then hopefully we're in a position to persuade NZTA that this project is included. And if it can be brought forward from where it's currently sitting, fantastic, bring it on, because we're ready and waiting to partner with the government to make this happen. So that's where we're sitting, and today's decision will help enable that. I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, declare that carried. Thank you. The next item is to do with solid waste handling. This is a recommendation that came forward from the Working Party. Is there any, if there's going to be not major debate here, I think we should just deal with this now. If there is, we can wait till after morning tea. But
I suggest this should only take 1 minute.
Right, well, we'll see. I'm not sensing it would have much different, shouldn't do post various discussions. Kitty, is there anything you want to add? Can someone let Nikki and Neville know that they can come back in?
No, it really is just a matter of process to ensure that we can put into effect the early collection times that you and our committee recently approved.
Okay. Robbie, I think that. Yeah. Thank you. All right. Any questions? Councillor Ryan, would you like to move? Seconded by Councillor Redmond. Do you wish to speak?
Very briefly, it's been through 3 sets of decision making, and it's the final one, so that's all.
Thank you, Councillor Redmond.
I'm under a 1 minute constraint. Very sensible recommendation, which I support.
Any further speakers? Right, reply if you wish.
No, thank you.
I'll put the recommendation. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, declare that carried. So just further to what I raised at the start, which was, thank you, Kitty, around 6.6, 6.7 and 17.4. I'm just going to put a procedural motion on that, propose that items 6.6, 6.7, 17.4 lay on the table pending a briefing, and we look to consider those reports at our 22nd of April meeting. Someone repeat the seconded. It's procedural, so unless there's any questions, I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, declare that carried. And if we can time that today, I don't think it's going to be likely, we're looking at how we're progressing so far. We'll look at timing that briefing before the 22nd of April, but we'll just see how we go on that.
There's a problem starting on the 22nd stage.
Well, I've said look to considering it. If we have to look at a different date to the 22nd, we'll consider that. But it's an important matter we need to make sure we all adequately understand before we make it. All right. So I'm not worried about the date. It's just when we can schedule it. All right. So at this point, we're at 6.3 now. I suggest we break for morning tea. We come back at 20 past 11. All right. We'll just stand adjourned until that time.
Come back in the morning.
Welcome back, you two.
Yeah. That's the only reason we came back, so we had morning tea.
Did you second the procedural motion?
Joan does. I was happy to. She beat me to it.
I couldn't be myself.
So they've got my glasses. I've got my sunglasses.
Well, I just thought it might be an opportunity. deal with 6.3 now. So, Chris and Grant.
As part of the long-term plan, there was a report brought to council which identified the shortfall in funding and the loss that North Canterbury Sport and Recreation Trust were having, primarily related to the four courts. In fact, the four courts generally don't make a huge amount of profit. So $100,000 was put into the budget, and staff were required to go away and organise a management agreement and commercial lease agreement with North Canterbury Sport and Recreation Trust. So we've done that, and those are attached to this report. A couple of things to note. In this report, we're also requesting that the council purchase the carpet, tiles and floor trolleys from North Canterbury Sport and Recreation Trust. There have been issues with the price or the fee, booking fee to be able to use these, which has restricted some of the larger events that we've had in the stadium. So this proposes that council take over ownership of those assets, and then we would look to lower the cost and extend the payback period, so that should be cost neutral. There's also, should be noted that in the negotiations for both the management agreement and the lease for the commercial areas of the gym space, liability and indemnity cover was discussed a number of times. It was the last thing we negotiated. At the moment, they've got up to $10 million of liability and indemnity cover, but it is a big building, and if there was something which catastrophic happened that was the trust's fault, then $10 million is not likely to be enough to cover that completely. So there is a risk identified in the report around that indemnity and liability cover. There is about $300,000 worth of other equipment which is in the building, which is purchased by the North Canterbury Sport and Recreation Trust, and that relates to predominantly furniture, fixtures and televisions and projectors and things like that. We're still working through that asset list with them to look at where the ownership of those should sit. We haven't resolved that as yet, so that's the last remaining thing to resolve, and it's identified in recommendation I in the report. I could go on forever, but it's in the report, so I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Do you have anything you want to add there, Grant? Any questions? Okay, so Councillor Becky, Ben Fulton.
Chris, that 10 million liability, the trust is limited to 10 million. Does that mean they can't extend it past there, or that's where it sits at the moment?
They've gone to their insurance broker, and the insurance broker doesn't want to give them any more than $10 million. So the council could identify the fact that they're responsible to pay us, but they wouldn't then have insurance to cover that payment. So it would be they would have to then look at how else they would pay it. So at the moment, the document is written in that the cover is linked to the amount that they can actually insure, which is $10 million. They can't get insurance over and above that amount. Council could choose if it wanted to say that they are responsible for all costs that related to them doing something which was in breach of the lease or management agreement. And that has the potential, obviously, to impact the trust significantly if those costs were significantly high. If they did something which cost more than $10 million, and that would impact on the trust, and they would have to try and find money either through sale of assets or some other method.
So you're saying basically we're leaving it where it is?
We're recommending that it stays where it is. We had a long conversation with our legal representatives. The legal representatives, to remove all risk from council, wanted the trust to be fully liable for all and every situation that was caused through their negligence. That's been limited to $10 million, which is linked to their insurance at the moment. So there is a risk to council, but that's only a risk if something significant actually goes wrong. And I think limiting it to the $10 million, which is their insurance cover, and accepting that also reflects the relationship that we have with the trust and what the trust is, which is not a money-making commercial entity.
Thank you, Councillor Fulton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for the report. Just particular on the floor tiles. So what's the effect of if we take ownership of those floor tiles and managing them? What does that enable for the Sports Trust to actually do in terms of more events, more revenue? So can you extrapolate that out? I imagine there might be some commercial success there.
So previously, they purchased the tiles and they were trying to, through the leasing of those tiles or the booking of those tiles, gather back that capital that they invested in the tiles. They had a reasonably short payback period, so the amount of money that they were booking the tiles out for was relatively high, and that was restricting some of the larger scale events where the tiles were very expensive to be able to hire. Funnily enough, compared to other places in Christchurch, they were reasonably on par, but there's a difference between booking our facility and booking Tupai in Christchurch as an example. So what this does is allows council to buy the tiles off the trust, so they pay their capital. We can then lower the cost for hire, and we can stretch out the payback period over a longer period of time. So essentially we'll get that $60,000 back through leasing it, but we will allow it to be cheaper for more events to take place in the stadium.
Okay. And the condition of the assets, given the whole purpose of the tiles taking hammering, are we taking on a sort of degrade asset? Do we actually pay for that accordingly? What status are they actually in?
They're in really good condition at the moment. They've been replacing those tiles as they've needed to be replaced. It says somewhere in the report the amount of tiles that they've actually replaced over the lifespan of those tiles, but they're in really good condition at the moment.
Yeah. And the envisage this will be the last, basically, sort of interior fit-out item. Are there other risks of the Finnish Sports Trust coming back at some point and saying, hey, we've got an asset that's really suppressing us financially in terms of operating? Is this a full and final sort of a deal?
I believe so. There is the $300,000 worth of additional assets which are still owned at the moment by the trust, and we need to work our way through that list and understand which ones we might look to take over and which ones we'd still have remaining with the trust. And some of those are like technology-based assets like TVs, which will be fully depreciated already, so we wouldn't imagine there'd be any money transfer between those assets, but there are some others where we have to continue to have those discussions.
Thank you. Councillor Redmond.
Thank you. Firstly, I should declare that I have an interest as a trustee, a council appointee, but I don't think that's a conflict. Is that your view, Mr. Mayor?
Are you telling me or asking me?
I
Well, you're a council appointee, I don't believe you do, but that's always a matter for you to determine. I think in that circumstances, Jeff would be a CEO. Both council board and Redmond appointees on the trust for us, so I don't believe there's a conflict as such, but I'd be welcoming of the CE's view if he thinks differently.
I'm not aware of the circumstances. It's up to the members themselves if they want to conflict themselves out or not.
And, I think you, Vinny, would be well placed to consider your position here, Councillor.
Yes, I don't see a conflict at this point.
You don't see one? Then
I have some questions.
That's the test that would be met by me. Whether others have a differing view would be up to them, but it's always up to a member to make that determination.
Thank you for the clarification. 3 questions, Grant and Chris. Firstly, why are we wanting to buy the Sport and Recreation Trust assets, TVs and things that they would have fundraised, I think, at one point to buy the fit-out materials? Why do we want to own them?
At the moment, the trust owns a number of those assets, and the trust will be responsible for the maintenance and the replacement of them. Some of those assets, if we had not had the trust involved in the fundraising and sort of worked alongside us when we were building the building, they would have been part of the actual fit out that we would have ended up funding. Some of them are things like a projector in the main meeting room. At the moment that's owned by them, but generally in all of our other community facilities, those are owned by the council, replaced by the council, maintained by the council. And with us taking over most of that maintenance responsibility, we would generally also own and replace those assets as well.
Would it not be cheaper for the council to leave those depreciating assets with the trust, who will have to maintain, look after them, and we wouldn't have to A, buy them and B, maintain them?
May not have to necessarily buy them, some of them will be fully depreciated so they won't have a value. Yes, it essentially would be cheaper for them to continue to own all of those assets, but we've still got to work through that conversation.
Have you had a conversation then? Well, the second question is, does the trust endorse these recommendations?
Yes, they do.
Right, they're happy with all of them?
They're happy with the recommendations and they're happy to continue to have conversations about how we deal with the rest of those assets.
Right. My third and last question is, in F, all revenue from the areas covered by the management agreement will be collected by the council. We've got naming rights, signage and so on. I'm not sure, are they getting an income stream from naming rights or is that being done and dusted?
There is an income stream from naming rights and the revenue would be collected by the trust and then given to council.
Okay, and the trust is happy with that?
The trust is happy with how the agreement's been written now, but it was something which was debated for quite a long period of time. There was a philosophical position put across by the chair of the trust around naming rights being associated primarily and advertising primarily with the trust as opposed to the building. We fundamentally disagreed and got to a point where through negotiation of a number of different items they were happy with how it's written.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Williams, followed by Councillor Wood.
Thank you. The 60k for the tiles and trolleys, what was the original cost that the trust paid for them?
I think, with a little bit of math, that can be worked out. 73,355, isn't it?
So how much have they depreciated that from, and what is it? Have we actually got a valuation of that?
No, so at the moment they have done some replacements of the tiles, so they're up to a reasonably good standard, and they've got $60,000 owing in terms of the capital that they actually paid for them. So we haven't depreciated them and then looked at a lower price. It's more a purchase price. So they've got a loan of $60,000 that they're wanting to pay off, and we've done it at quite a simple level.
And the other thing is, in E, I understand some of the staff in there have actually used some of their management skills for Southbrook as well. So does that take into consideration that a percentage of some of the management fees there actually goes to Southbrook, not just all Coldstream?
Yeah, so when they worked out what their fees were for staffing, there's only percentages of certain staff. What we actually did is we actually went to them and we said if we were going to go and manage this facility ourselves, this is how many staff we would actually put in the facility. You can't really, in terms of a management agreement, charge us much more than what it would take for us to. So the likes of those senior staff, I think Michael's time is only 5 or 10% of his time is allocated towards the management agreement. So it's a percentage of certain stuff. The gym manager 100% because he just works in that building. Tony, the maintenance person who's in there, I think it's only 40% of his time. The marketing person, it's a different percentage to reflect exactly that they work right across the community. On all of their assets, yeah.
Okay, any Councillor Ward in Goldsworthy?
just to declare that at the North Canterbury Sports and Recreation Trust meeting, I remember both Councillor Redmond and I declared conflict of interest while they were discussing this, so we didn't engage in that discussion. So I'm quite happy now to.
Thank you for disclosing that. It actually probably clarifies the measure that a little further than Councillor Redmond raised before. So thank you. Councillor Goldsworthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a really quick question. How is the trust as a whole performing financially? Obviously, this is a very specific site that they're discussing here, but as a whole, how are they performing in terms of their management of other sites?
I believe performing well. They do have audited accounts which come to the council, so we do get to see their accounts. But I believe they are doing very well. This will allow them to continue to do well. At the moment, there has been a deficit in the way that they've been managing the stadium with the current agreement, and they've been covering that deficit for quite a long time. So this will allow them to continue to do well.
Thank you.
Councillor right, okay. Any further questions? We've got a series of recommendations here. So Councillor Bryan's prepared to move, seconded by Councillor Ward. Do you wish to speak, Councillor Bryan?
Just very briefly, because it's a very comprehensive report, Mr. Mayor. But the report and the recommendations reflect an awful lot of work from our staff and the trust to get us into this position. Some of you were aware that as of a month ago, negotiations were still proceeding. Mr. Brown had indicated that he wanted it at the last council meeting and really wanted it at the April council meeting. So I made some phone calls to the two council appointing trustees and said, look, we need to get on with this. We need to progress it. It needs to be at the April meeting, which obviously it is. Mr. Brown's mentioned the importance of the relationship we have with the trust, and I believe this reflects a good, fair agreement between yourselves and the trust, and I ask colleagues to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ward, do you wish to speak?
Yes, just to say that I'll be supporting this recommendation as well, and being involved at the ward level, I'm sure that Councillor Redmond and I really come to understand how very important this relationship is, how very important this organisation is in doing an amazing job for the welfare of our community, young and old, and they go beyond to give amazing support to all sorts of people that would not necessarily get that support. And they really do need, it's a partnership that really needs to be fostered and looked after, because it is a great partnership. So I'm very happy to support this recommendation.
Just Chris, just before we can't speak, can you just confirm what it may have been in the report, just want to just double check if I've missed it. What's the lifespan of the tiles? Do we know the carpet tiles? And we're factoring that in replacements and those over that time. Is that correct?
They'll be ours, so we'll have to do that. I don't know the exact lifespan of the tiles off the top of my head, but a number have been replaced. So they're in really good condition at the moment. I'd have to find that out.
But that's something that you would be, in ordinary course of event, through just managing an asset that we have, that will come back to us to obviously to factor in for future investment, maybe a line item in one of the budget somewhere.
The asset will be put onto our asset management system, and it will be depreciated, and there will be replacement. We will have to have a replacement of various tiles every year as some of them get damaged.
Thank you. Councillor Coulson.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, just the nature of a question, but picking up on the point. The asset register, I asked the question earlier about the long tail of assets and the ongoing discussion. Would it not be common practice to sort of, before you sign an agreement like this, to nail down the asset register to know what your looked at IT furniture, floor tiles, whatever. It just feels like there's a little bit of room for too much flexibility here in negotiations when we're trying to sign off something.
So at the moment, the full asset register, all those assets owned by the trust is in the document as trust-owned assets. So if we did absolutely nothing and just signed these documents, they'd be responsible for continuing to own those assets and maintain and replace those assets if they saw fit. So it would be in line with Councillor Redmond's questioning.
What's the ongoing room? So we'll continue to work with the trust.
So we'll continue to work with the trust on exactly where they sit at the moment. The agreement has them all sitting with the trust because they currently own them, and then it's their assets. But there are some assets there which it would potentially make more sense for council to take over the ownership of those. But we'll have further discussions with the trust and then come back to council with those. But at the moment, if we did nothing, they would still remain trust assets.
Chris, I heard sense, I didn't read the report, but is it more sensible to take the assets over at book value that they hold on their books rather than a value of 60,000? It appears to me that we haven't done the proper valuation and we should really do that. I think that's the question that's being asked.
Well, for the tiles
it'll be up to 60,000, but not necessarily 60,000.
They still owe 60,000, so I think they're trying to recover the money that they've paid for them and that they actually owe. They're not that concerned about how much the tiles are worth. They owe $60,000, and so they want us to pay off the debt that they had in purchasing those tiles and the trolleys, as opposed to giving them the actual value that the tiles might be.
So they would say that that's their book value, is that what for?
Absolutely, but their book value, you're absolutely right, will be less if you got them valued because the tiles have been there for a certain number of years and should have been depreciated, etc. Similar to the technology assets like a TV, you depreciate that over like 1, 2, 3 years, but you may not have paid back the money that you actually spent on it in the first place. So, slightly different.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Redmond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You could tell by my questions that I wasn't familiar with the detail of these agreements. And as Councillor Ward pointed out, we took no part in any discussions.
You're online, just so you can see. Yeah.
Thank you, staff. There's been a lot of work gone into this over a long period of time, and you two and your staff, I think Martin McGregor initially, and then perhaps Ken, have followed this up. It's not a simple matter, but I think we've ended up with a very good arrangement, a commercial lease of the commercial portion and management agreement for the other areas of the stadium. And it was perhaps an inspired choice about 5 years ago as someone who had voted at the Kaiapoi Tuahiwi Community Board against the stadium proceeding when it did, that I find myself appointed to the trust that was looking after it. So very inspired choice, Mr. Mayor, but I must admit it has changed my view. This trust is an excellent trust, so thank you for giving me that opportunity. My only opposition to the stadium at the time was the timing, and whether, I guess, the timing is never right for a major work such as the stadium. It is disappointing that the studies that we had at the time setting up how the stadium was to operate obviously didn't work, and we've had to rethink that strategy. On the basis that the trust are happy with these matters, in some ways you could argue which way some of those clauses should go, whether they go in favour of the trust or the council. At the end of the day, if you two parties, staff and the trust, have reached an agreement, I'm happy to support that and endorse it. So thank you very much. This has not been an easy job, and it's just gone on and on and on. So it's good to get to an end. And whether we want to own TVs and other assets, I think that's another question, and I'll leave you to resolve that with the trust. So I'll be supporting your recommendations.
And can speak now just to say that I support the recommendations. I think it was a good question around actual value, and I think it's a fair point that was raised. We could be arguing till the cows come home over what the value becomes, where it is. The trust did take on a debt, or have a debt, which they need to service, and in good faith, if we to take this over, and I'm relaxed around that amount. Yes, we could probably get a bit of consideration for some extra amount out of that, and I'm sure it'd be just furthering a discussion if we just take a whole lot of extra time. And so for a sake of where it's at, I'm comfortable with what's recommended here. And the reason for that is it makes sense to do so. It removes a potential barrier to cost for the facility. It would appear any hirer that's using it, the cost of carpet tiles on top is quite a significant investment for them, and it then becomes a barrier to hire. And what are the carpet tiles there? Well, they're there to actually protect our asset, which is the underlying surface of the stadium, which was our decision around the sprung floor and at a good level of service, which everyone talks about. So in actual fact, what it's doing is protecting our asset for the longer term and to ensure that it's multi-use, which was one of the big benefits that we talked of at the time when we were agreeing to this facility. I remember that very topic being talked of wasn't just for sports, but it was to be available for other uses, and pleased to hear that people do want to use it. And in fact, I am hearing nothing but great comments from anyone that goes there and uses the facility. In fact, I think we've got a big dog show coming up in the not too distant future. So it is attracting broader benefits there. I think the management of this, it's bespoke, and we are very fortunate to have a responsible partnership as we do with the North Canterbury Sport and Recreation Trust, who are there for the benefit of our community. The profits that they make is then reinvested back into other programs which benefit our community. I've always liked that model. I was on for a brief, I think it was 3 years, I was a trustee, so I understand how that model works. Council appointed trustee, might add, just like you, Councillor Redmond. And when we're appointing trustees, Councillor Redmond, just for the record, it's for their skill sets that they bring. And I thought at the time, yourself and Councillor Ward, amongst others, and there's others who've served as trustees, like Councillor Bryan over the years too. I think yourself, Deputy Mayor, as well, have been on there. I see your hand, Councillor Ward. Have brought those skill sets to that table, but also to understand the workings of it, because it is a really important partnership that we have in the acknowledge the large amount of work that's gone into getting this where it's got to. So thank you, Chris, Grant, and all the team that have helped get us to this point. I think it's a really good way forward, but to also acknowledge the trustees, Don Robertson, who's the chair, down to all the trustees across the organisation that don't derive a being from this. They all do it as volunteers because they're passionate about sport and the work of the trust, and we are so indebted to them for the work that they do to make sure that we have a viable asset and one that's delivering for our community, and that's what it in fact indeed is doing. I don't know of any, I'm not aware of a model that's like what we have here that's operated elsewhere, so we're indeed very fortunate to have that amongst very highly skilled and competent staff that work for the Trust. So we're in a strong position, and one that I will always endorse because of that great work that they do. So I have no problem supporting it today. Right, did you wish to speak, Councillor?
Well, just from my previous experience with carpet tiles, what might be helpful is that when people hire the stadium, if they damage the carpet tiles through red wine or doggy doos or whatever, there is a clause in their rental agreement that if tiles have to be replaced because they've been damaged by the organisation, they will be charged for the tiles at cost. So that might help.
we'll leave that management to our staff to work with the trust, but it's a good suggestion, Councillor. All right, any further speakers? Did you move, Councillor Brown?
Yeah, I did.
Did you wish to run a pipe?
No, thank you.
I'll put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary? Be that carried. Thank you very much, Tim. Good work. Right, 6.4 now, so we'll deal with that. We'll see you soon, Councillor. Thank you. We've already approved this loan, so it's just a slight change to the start time of repayment. Is that correct? Yes. So just for the purposes of clarity, so do you wish to add anything to that?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so this is just, the request is for a delay in the loan repayments, which, as you said, has already been approved. So the Oxford Health and Fitness Trust is willing to the repayment to start in November this year and concluding October 2035.
Okay, all right. Any questions? Councillor Williams.
Just one question, have they had the approval from the Rata Foundation for their grant?
No, that was declined, and that was the reason why the council agreed on the loan.
So if that's the case, have they got other funding available apart from this to cover the costs?
Yeah, so the reason for the request for the loan deferment was they had about a $10,000 budget overrun, and that was to cover the costs of heat pump installation, wiring, etc., and also purchase, and the extension of the concrete area for disabled access. So the North Canterbury Sport Trust, who essentially rented off them and run it, they agreed to give them a short-term loan of the $10,000, so to cover that shortfall, and then so the Oxford Health Fitness Trust will pay back the North Canterbury Sport Trust through deferred payments of their monthly rental. So there's no additional cost to council.
Happy to move, Mr. Mayor. You're happy to move, just so Deputy Mayor. Is there a seconder? Might look to Councillor Blakey, just a bit of variety there. Just before I come to speaking, was there any further questions? Did you have a question, Councillor Oswald? Question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just from a finance perspective, will this will the cost on average for the funds, will that be a floating rate for the trust, or will it be fixed for the 10-year period at 4.6?
No, it's a fixed rate at 4.6%.
Which is calculated every 12 months following the loan commencement date. So it's the average cost of our borrowing, but every year we assess that and then we fix that in front of you. So you get essentially a 12 months fixed term every 12 months.
Thank you.
Given this is just an extension, one would hope this should be just a fairly minor discussion today. Is there any points you wish to add? No. Seconder, any further speakers? Yes, briefly, Councillor Ward.
I think this is, they've done an amazing job because the original cost to build this was $280,000. So $200,000 loan to cover the cost of this extension is very reasonable, and I happen to know that the builder was local and he did it virtually at cost. So it's a very good outcome for Oxford, and it's a no-brainer.
I wonder where those words come from. Any further speakers? Councillor Meanings?
Yes. Look, the trust has done an outstanding job in getting this project over the line. They have in the past proven themselves to be an excellent credit risk, if you will. They've already done this before and paid it off well ahead of time. This is just a very short delay. They are actually going to cover the cost. If you look on page 301 in your diligence, they're going to pay the cost of this deferment anyhow. It's not going to cost council anything, and they are well capable of meeting this. It's just been to cover a small amount that is come out of nowhere, which is very small when you think about how these things can get out of hand when you're building anything. So I'm really proud of them for what they've managed to pull off here, and I have absolutely no problems whatsoever in supporting this because I know they're good for it.
And as do I, done a great job getting where they got to. So is there any further speakers? Do you wish to respond? I'll put the recommendation. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary to thank you. Alright, so we're at 6.5 now. Is that Simon, is it Sylvia? I see you volunteering the other road.
You did dance at Randy or Fundy.
Well done. No, good on you. Thank you for doing a great event. Thank you.
Okay, I will take this report as read. We are putting forward 7 submissions that the council has made to central government consultations. As you know, this is something we're constantly working on. We have a number of consultations that we're drafting in the background at the moment. The intention in the future would be that we would be reporting these to you on a monthly basis as we get them through. Highlight in the report that where possible we do try and have council workshops with you where we can share with you the consultation topic and then that staff recommendations and district context. As it's important to get your feedback as we draft these submissions. Happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Questions? I think we're pretty clear on what this is. This is just endorsing where we're at. Moved by Councillor Edmund, seconded by Councillor Goldsworthy. Do you wish to speak?
Just to say that these are quality submissions and you are obviously under a very high workload with the pace of change coming from Wellington. So I think you're doing well and I'm happy to endorse all of these submissions, which we've all discussed at workshops or briefings.
Thank you. Do you wish to speak? Any further speakers? I've got the recommendation. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, declare that carried. Next item is laid on the table, and same with 6.7. We're at 6.8 now, which is the conduct and communications policy.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, were you on 6.8?
Yes.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Catherine was just so it will be right.
Okay, that's fine.
Good morning. I'm here to, my name is Catherine. I'm here to present the conduct and communications policy adopted by the management team recently and circulated to councillors. Just would like to highlight section 3.3, the application to elected members. This gives the option of adopting this into the code of conduct in full amongst council, or if desired, then individual councillors can adopt it and ask the CA for assistance in implementing the strategies in here to deal with unreasonable conduct and communications.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything you want to add there, Simon?
No, I think that's largely covered it. The strategies in here all were very sensible from the management team's perspective. So we are now in the process of thinking about how we implement this for staff, but of course happy to take council's guidance on whether the council would like to adopt this approach as well. So very happy to take any questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any questions of colleagues? Councillor Edmund?
Thank you for the report. A couple of questions. Firstly, this is quite a significant report in relation to staff contact with residents and ratepayers. Was there any reason why the policy was not workshopped with councillors initially?
So the policy is really drafted as a policy for staff. As we understand it from the guidance from the Ombudsman, for this particular policy, we can't as staff draft a policy that covers councillors. it could be seen as interfering in the relationship between constituents and citizens if we start putting in rules in place that determine how or when a constituent can have that direct relationship with you as a elected member. We can put that in place for our staff because we have a health and safety responsibility for our staff, and we can control it. And of course, if elected members themselves would like to adopt this, then we're absolutely happy to help elected members put that in place for themselves. So very happy to support that. But as it was not a policy being built for councillors or the elected member body, it was really an operational document in the first instance. It was a workshop through the management team.
Right. Secondly, could you confirm that the policy doesn't apply to elected members' interactions with staff?
No, it does not. This is in relation to councillors and the public. Councillors and staff is covered by the Code of Conduct. This document, if adopted, would be added to that, but it would only cover those interactions that you have with residents and ratepayers who are unreasonable in their conduct or communications that fit within this.
And finally, has the Ombudsman seen the policy, or has it been formulated at his suggestion?
So to form this policy, I mostly drew on the Ombudsman's own guidance, which is really, really detailed about this. I think it's about 80 pages, it's really quite long, so this is a shortened version of it. It meets all of their requirements, the legal test for when it becomes either vexatious, say through legoima requests or through unreasonable behaviours, and it meets those. We've had it legally reviewed by Simpson Crescent. It's been written by myself and I've got an extensive background in this sort of thing, and we will file it with the Ombudsman once it's adopted. They don't pre-read them and pre-approve them, but considering we've used their guidance and we've stuck to that, and we've had it legally reviewed, I feel quite confident we've covered it.
Right, and finally, how many other councils would have a similar policy to this for dealing with difficult clients?
Almost every council. Almost every council. Most have used the unreasonable behaviours guidance that the Ombudsman put out. Some have gone a little bit further. I think we've gone exactly where we should be, which is not preventing people from having access to staff in our services, but also making sure it's all safe. And the part where it's applicable to elected members through choice has been debated heavily between myself and Simpson Crescent, and we're pretty confident we've got it to the right part of it, whereas some councils have gone a bit further and made it harder for their ratepayers and residents to come and talk to the members.
So you're happy with the balance you've struck between safety compared with access to the public?
Absolutely, because guiding this is the right for all ratepayers to access services regardless of unreasonable conduct, unreasonable communications, to a point where we still have to facilitate access to services regardless of the actions that they've taken, but we do it in a safe way, and this is safety guidelines about how to ensure that interaction is still able to continue.
Right. Thank you very much.
Councillor Fulton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Notice in issues and options you've got words like unreasonable. I mean, this has been very well tested in law, I'm sure, as a colleague will attest, but also like persistence. Who judges whether something is too persistent? Or, you know, because the Ombudsman report would suggest that actually that we should be enabling people to keep trying and to keep hammering the door down for information, even if it's vexation.
Sorry, can I just clarify? Are you talking about
Who judges here? What is too much persistence and unreasonable lack of cooperation and so forth?
I probably will refer to the average sort of person here, and we talk about looking at everything on a case-by-case basis without any prejudice involved. So someone may have been persistent and potentially quite irritable previously, but that doesn't come into it. It's about where it gets past a reasonable test, looking at it with none of the background, none of the baggage, and saying this action or these actions would be persistent. There are examples in case factors within the Ombudsman's guidance around where they've considered persistent or unreasonable and when it's been applied. It'll obviously need to be looked at very, very carefully and balanced very carefully, which is why within the policy we've got reviewers almost of complaints. And so it's not someone says this person is persistent, it'll go through your level 2 manager, it might go to the CE, it'll be looked at by different people from different perspectives. And if they still think that that action or those actions are unreasonable, that's when this will be put in place.
So just to that, once you start entering the area of harm, does that start to outweigh the freedoms that the Ombudsman might recommend or advocate for?
Absolutely, that's part of the balancing act, and we're looking at it as a reasonable person. You're looking at the harm caused, the actions taken, whether or not it was reasonable in the circumstances. They might have been angry on one day, not angry the next. It's very much going to be a case-by-case basis. I'm not going to say this is persistent or this is unreasonable. Say when it comes in and review it, that's where it makes that test.
All right. Councillor Cairns, noting this is an operational document which has been brought to us for our information. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Catherine and Simon. Just to give me an understanding as to the percentage of communications or conduct, say in the last year, what sort of percentage would fall into the category of unreasonable, please? So if we can understand as to how important potentially this, or having a policy like this is.
It's incredibly important from a duty of care perspective for our staff, and that's why we've brought it in. I can't say to you that X amount have been unreasonable. What I can say to you is that it's getting to a point where if we looked at it, it would be unreasonable. Or if we looked at it, it would be persistent. But there's so much. I don't know if you've seen how much communication we get in this room. So it can be really hard to sort of nut it out. What we have identified is there was a problem, there was a gap in our policies around our duty of care for our staff, and now we've addressed that gap.
Sorry, just to add, the management team regularly reviews incidents, particularly incidents with staff or accidents and incidents through the health and safety reporting that happens. And in a recent, so this is almost anecdotal, but in recent times, up to a third of the incidents that have been reported through that process have been unreasonable behaviour towards staff or adverse interactions, as they would report. So, and there has been an obvious increase in the dealings or unreasonable dealings that staff are having out in the public. So that's one measure that demonstrates that there has been an noted increase in the amount of unreasonable behaviour being dealt with by staff at the moment.
Thank you. Thank you. Did you have one further question?
One question. Brief. Thank you. I omitted to ask, in 3.8, the process for review, the review will be undertaken by a general manager who was not involved in the original decision. What was the reason for having a general manager rather than the chief executive?
This will come down to assessing many complaints. If they all just go to the CE, then there's one person getting every complaint, making every decision. At least with multiple people being involved, the general manager adds that extra step and maybe that extra viewpoint to what's going on, and especially someone who's not involved in it. And that will decrease the amount that gets to the CE, and only the very most serious cases will go there. It'll just have to be that extra step, because that could be a stop of maybe some things that aren't quite unreasonable behaviour going all the way through our CE.
If you look at 3.8 further on, it does come back to me anyway if they don't agree with you.
Okay, all right. My understanding is that we will be, at some point, there will be a workshop with council to discuss whether some or any of this we want to adopt ourselves, and might be something that's bespoke for the council. So this is an operational matter today, but it's if we wish to consider that further, that would be something that will come to us perhaps before the end of this term to consider. All right.
Can I just add, look, since COVID, and it's quite well known that the interactions with the public are a lot more harder than what they were before COVID. I've stated now we've got probably 2 people who have restricted access, physical access, but we only have 1 person that's restricted to email access only. So we're not restricting people from contacting us, we're just restricting them when they don't behave in a normal manner. And what normal is what you've identified is how do you accept what is normal behaviour. But generally our tolerance level seems to be quite high in terms of accepting adverse behaviour, and what we're trying to do here is say to the ones that aren't behaving in a normal manner, you need to actually respect staff if they're trying to provide you with service. And this provides a framework for it, and it will be tested over a bit of time. But I think we've got a duty here in the Health and Safety Act to actually have a policy in place and have a procedure in place which is going to keep our staff safe. And the option there is if the councillor feels that they need the same sort of protection or framework, they can actually request this as well. But we cannot, under the Ombudsman's rules, enforce it as a staff committee.
Okay. Someone prepared to move? Prepared to move as this, seconded. Councillor Cairns, do you wish to speak?
Just to say that we're receiving a report that's already in place, and it appears to strike a balance in residents' interactions with council staff. Hopefully it will be used in a very minor way, but it's required, so it's a shame we do need to have these type of policies, but I can understand the rationale.
Nothing further. Any further speakers? I'm the same. It's a shame it comes to this, but it is a reality. Most days there's some interaction of some way or form that's not ideal, and that means to deal with it is not acceptable for our staff to be treated in a way that's not respectful and not meeting where it needs to be. So 100% support that. And we've raised these issues at a local LGNZ level on a number of occasions of the interactions that happen to us, not only as elected members, but to our staff and our organisation. And a couple of weeks ago, Councillor Mealing sat in one of my drop-in sessions that I had, and I've got a fairly high threshold when it comes to interactions, but even some of that was testing my patience, it would be fair to say. I thought about it, reflected on it after, and thought, well, would I put up with that going forward? And probably some strategies I'll rethink myself. Some of it I couldn't hear, but it was pretty testing. And most of it you let right over you, but there actually comes a point when you sit back and think, actually, it doesn't meet my values. I'm personally happy to talk to anyone and interact with anyone, but as long as you're respectful in your dealings, when you cross that barrier, that's when we have to do something. And that's just an unfortunate situation that we're faced in 99% of the time. It's really good, but there needs to be a process in place to protect our staff. And so to those who've been involved in authoring this, and thank you, Catherine, for the work you've done, and I think you struck the balance right. So, any further speakers? Right reply. Did I see you put your hand up there, Catherine?
I was just thinking, for us point earlier, a lot of the purpose of this is to put people on notice. In fact, I know you don't want it to be used heavily-handedly, but at least having this policy out in the public says this is what we'll tolerate, this is what we won't tolerate, and hopefully that will modify behaviour.
I hope so. Yeah, that's the idea, wasn't it? All right. Right reply. I've got that. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, declare it carried. Come to 6.9, which is Anzac Day services, and just as is normally the case, we'll just look to fill the gaps in here. Just on the this couple there, there's the Pegasus Dawn service. I will attend that, and also with myself, there's also a young resident from Fernside. Her name's Lily, and she came with me last year, and she'd like to do that again. And I would like to open it to our youth council if they wish to have a representative at our services to do so in our main services, and we've got the ability to accommodate those with the Zonabeki, with the Belgium wreath as well. So it would be nice to accommodate where we can do so with the next generation coming through. Is there anything you want to add to you before I open this up, noting that there's a huge amount of work that's goes into organising all this, and thank you to you and the team. I forget how many reads we do, but it's a large number, so thank you for the all the work that goes in.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have mostly all the same services as we had last year. There's just 2 additional services. There is the Rangiora Dawn Parade, what they call the Silent Parade. And then also we have the striking of the flag at the new Logan War Memorial. And also you will note that there's no service at Te Waihiwi. We tried to confirm if there will be one, but we were unable to confirm that there will be a service.
There isn't going to be.
Thank you.
There isn't one to Waihiwi, is there? That's right.
Yeah, they didn't confirm, so.
And just here, we were in a meeting with Neil Price with Kay the other night, and he confirmed that there won't be a service there this year. Sound system for Kaiapoi, my understanding is there's been a lot of work that's gone into ensuring, hopefully, that is all operational.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the council has assisted them in hiring a sound system so that we don't have the same challenges that we had last year.
We've got the same Rangers has got theirs under control.
Yes.
Excellent. All right, so is there any questions of Tia before I go through and fill some gaps in here? Yeah, Councillor Blake.
It's a suggestion. For reasons I can't remember exactly, last year I was put on the reserves list as reinforcements if it was needed, rather than allocate me a position. And as it turned out, I did attend at least one, so maybe someone was ill or whatever. So if you want to do that again, I'm quite happy to be a floating reserve rather than an allocation, and that just covers anybody who at the last minute can't make it.
Oh, that's very kind of you. Thank you, Councillor Blakey. Councillor Fulton?
Just for some years, the West Year's an informal gathering. There's been a lot of confusion as to what time it starts. People arrive sometimes well early or well late. I just feel that is there some way that, because it's a public reserve, we could put a great big sign up saying, and that day starts 11:30 or whatever it is. Because some of our own council material hasn't always matched up with the communication that goes out to people. So might not be the only place that happens, but Oxford, people come specifically that travel to the ceremony. So.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I will reach out to the RSA and ask them if they can do that. We unfortunately only deal with the council's involvement in the services. The services itself is arranged by the local RSA, but I will reach out and ask them to do that.
Thank you. So I'm just going to go through now. Let's fill some gaps. So firstly, our Hoka Anzac Day service. That's the meeting. I assume that's you, but it's looking cheerful about that. Deputy Mayor.
Well,
that's fine. You can serve and meetings, Deputy Mayor and Councillor Fulton. Okay. Wood End. So looking for there's 2 gaps there. Councillor Hens. And I'm sure a youth councillor, if we don't have a third there is fine, but it's not essential. Then it's Sefton, Councillor Williams and Redmond. And then Pegasus Dawn service. Cairns.
I'll be here.
Dean Wilkinson. Okay, alright. Now there is a dawn parade at Rangiora this year, so Goldsworthy. And anyone else? Brian? Okay. There's also one in Kaipoi. So Redmond. Atkinson. Just nominating names, and as Councillor Baker says, there will maybe others. There's also a breakfast at Kaipoi normally too, so we normally get breakfast tickets for those, don't we? So if you are going to go to that and you'd like a breakfast ticket, please let Tia know, I think. Could you send an email out to Tia just to remind? Might be a tidier way in seeing who's going and who isn't here. Oxford, would be, who's doing Oxford?
We'd both like to do that.
Fulton and Mealings. This is the memorial service at the high school. That's at 9:30. So Brian and Goldsworthy. Simi J, which is the Kaipoi Citizen Service, which is Cairns, and I think you're there anyway. Redmond. Alright, and then K, which is the Belgian wreath, so there'll be Deputy Mayor and anyone else like to join Neville there? Or I think you're with me anyway, one of those, so maybe we could put the floater there as well, Blakey. And there's an opportunity for a youth person that will work out between us. Cust Anzac Day, who's going to cust?
That should be a regular Ashley ward person because it's in their ward.
So is anyone able to go to cust, or do we just leave?
High school 9:30, we won't get there.
It's very difficult, isn't it, to get up there on time, so perhaps we could just leave that there. Is the community board sending anyone?
Yes, they will be sent.
So there's not a councillor available? You both know Oxford,
yeah, Oxford, Cust, West Eaton.
You can't do three, so.
That's why it always gets split up every year because of the awkward timing. However, it means that we don't actually get to go to the ones in our ward. And it's a preference that we can prioritize those.
So you're doing
and there's plenty of time between Oxford to West Ayrton, but you cannot do.
You're doing West Ayrton, you both. So if we put Tim and Nikki to do the West Ayrton games, is that right? Yeah. But the cust we'll need make sure we're represented there. So perhaps if there's no councillor that's nominating themselves, we'll need to identify someone from the community board tier.
We could extend that to our own Ioga Oxford Community Board. I know that sometimes, yeah.
Okay, well we can, I think it's regular Ashley Community Board. So if we could just ask the board if the board's being represented there, do we combine the wreaths or do they do their own? So a board member would be there, but for the West Ayrton gates, because it's in Tim in the Oxford or Hope, then it would be Tim and Nikki. Alright. Fernside, it's Williams. Anyone else want to join Paul here? You always do that one, thank you, Paul. Then Rangiora, so I've got the young lady Lily that's been helping me. Is there another councillor wants to join me? Councillor Brian? And then there's the pensioner, so it's joining John Becky, so that's Williams, who was the other, and Redmond. And then West Ayrton, it's Mealings and Fulton. Any other heads? And then the striking of the flag at 2 o'clock. Goldsworthy and Williams. I'm not going to be able to be there for that this year because I've been invited to the opening of the Soldiers Block in Hemner, so I'll be going straight from Ringura straight out to there. So, but this is the first time they've done something there, so thank you for that. I think we've got everyone there. So with that, I'll just move from the chair. Those names are all inserted, and that perhaps we just put that there's just add to the to add there in there that there's flexibility to adjust where needed, just in case something happens, so it's not locked in stone if we've got to adjust. Someone repeat seconded the Deputy Mayor. I will put that. All those, does anyone wish to speak to that? I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, declare that carried. I just acknowledge the staff support we get, which is exemplary through that time. There's a huge amount of effort that goes into that, so thank you in advance for all the work that makes sure we're well represented. It's an important day. Alright, so we've dealt with 7.1, we're at 7.2. Joanne, is there anything you want to add to that, Joanne? Coming forward.
I will just add that the Kaipui Toahiwi Community Board did ask us to undertake two further actions. The first was to consult with the residents along Old North Road regarding the proposal and bring a report back to them. So we are currently carrying out some consultation, and once that is complete, we've contacted about 50% of the residents now. Once we've got feedback from them, we will bring a report to the Kaipui Toahiwi Community Board, and if there are any subsequent changes to that particular section, we could then report that through to you and I, depending on the outcome. We have also made contact with ECAM. They asked that we consider whether the new proposed floodgate structure could also be a part of the cycle network. I think we've got to, and we have reached out to them. They're still working through the design for that. I think if that connection was considered, it would be alongside or with the Smith Street connection as well, rather than in place of, because the Smith Street connection is proposed in this design does have a really important and direct connection north from the town centre. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, any questions of Joey? Moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Blakey. Do you wish to speak?
Yeah, look, this does need to move forward, and this is a way of at least getting 3 parts of the way finished to Woody and Kaipui and doing it. I'm not sure I agree with Joanne's last comments about using Smith Street. I don't think that if indeed the connection over the top of the Cam River and underneath the bridge is there, in my view there is absolutely no need to use the connection down at Smith Street to get across. It'll go underneath there and that connection will be fine, in my view. That is my view, yet to be debated when that comes up and moves on. But apart from that, and my objection to speed humps in the first place, I think that this is a really good plan to get on with and get some things done down there.
Thank you. Do you wish to speak, Councillor?
Yes, support. I have some misgivings about a cycleway to nowhere as it is. I'll be interested to see how it links through eventually through to Woodend or wherever. But of course, being better off funding, it's manna from heaven, and we'd be stupid not to go ahead and use the money.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Williams?
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to support this. We've got this better off funding. We've got some major water problems coming in that's unbudgeted at the moment. Possibly even the main street of Rangiora where we had a blowout. It's the 3rd blowout in the piping. So I reckon better off funding needs to go to the water projects, which is a need, not a want. Because as Councillor Blackie said, this is a half a cycleway.
Just a question, please. What are these costs that are coming?
Well, we haven't got any costs.
I haven't seen a
that
report.
we're aware of.
Anything
The staff are looking at what occurred down there, but that is being dealt with already. But whether there's costs for future, no one knows, so we don't want to speculate on that, Councillor Williams, so we don't know at this point. Well, we don't know at this point. We don't. So we don't want to speculate on projects on High Street which we haven't got a report or adequate information on. In terms of the Better Off funding, can I just clarify that we applied to use it for this purpose? If we don't, where would we be?
That's correct. So we did apply for this specific project.
Yes.
If we don't use it for this specific project, we would have to look to relocate that budget and reallocate it to, and we could put it forward to a 3 years project.
We could,
yes.
But we would need approval to do so.
I assume it would need to go through an approval process, yes, but I believe that it would fit the criteria if it was a 3 years project.
Thank you. Any Councillor Fulton in Redmond?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to pick up on the comment about half a cycleway or that it's 3/4 of the way to nowhere, etc. I think it touches in the report this would actually, when it is completed, would be the completion of that full waimakariri eastern, well, we call it Eastern Link, we don't confuse it with something else, but a large loop of, which enables you to go all the way from Rangiora to Kaiapoi out to the coast. Without making progress towards this with government funding enabled, we are no closer to completing what is not just a small link, but a regional cycleway link that also links into Christchurch with all its attendant benefits by visitors, by recreation, by social good and all that. So we are taking a step towards something much bigger than just a little link from Woody to Kaiapoi. So it's worth getting.
Any further speakers? You wish to speak, Councillor Redmond?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be supporting the recommendation, notwithstanding comments I read on social media telling us what we should be doing with this particular project. I think it's a matter of prioritising a basic cycleway and a connection between Pine Acres through to Kaiapoi. We have cut back on what I would describe as a sensible cycleway proposal in the first instance. It's now going to be even more basic and more austere. It will still be a functional cycleway. It is a priority. Is that important to the community? Well, the Kaiapoi Tuahima Community Board thought it was and endorsed this report along with a couple of other recommendations. It is a piece of a puzzle. It's part of a big picture and we have to start somewhere. This funding is available. At the time the report was presented, there is no other Three Waters project that was competing. The reports indicated that if the board didn't want to proceed with the cycleway, that money would have to be reallocated to a Three Waters project. There was no specific Three Waters project in mind, because obviously if we're giving money, we don't want to give it back. So it's a matter of using the money. I think this is appropriate. It's a scale down, economical. It's not a Rolls Royce. It's a sensible proposal. And as we've discovered in the past, if we do build these things, the cyclists do come. And I was always a bit sceptical about cyclists and so on, but I've been proven wrong and I'm happy to admit that. I'm very impressed with the number of cyclists that appear in Kaiapoi, for example. They'll now be able to go further north, and if you want to take your life in your hands, you could ride on State Highway 1 to Woodend. So anyhow, that's another matter. So I'll be supporting this.
I don't often do this, but is there any speakers against? Because I think we're just getting pretty over time today in terms of where we ideally, and we've got someone waiting to speak to us. So there's no further speakers against. I think we might, is there any right reply?
Well, just very quickly on that space, I mean, it's chicken and egg really. Where do you leave the hole in the walkway when it's not funded? Do you do it at the beginning, the middle, or the end? It's not. You've got to start either end or in the middle or somewhere to actually get a project going. And this year we'll have either end done. It'll only be the middle bit that'll need to be finished. And if indeed we manage to twist some arms with NZTA on their way through, you never know, the middle bit might be filled if we're lucky. If we don't do this, I can just about guarantee that it won't be filled at all or even be a discussion.
Thank you. I'm going to put the recommendation. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary?
Aye.
Do you wish your vote recorded? I declare that carried. Right. Jeff, your report on health, safety and wellbeing. Is there anything you wish to add to that?
No, just that the report's been read. My member staff member that's been attacked at home with mail. So I'm not happy to say that, but unfortunately saying that. But the report has been read.
Thank you. Is there any questions? And on that matter that you've just referenced there, it has been looked into, Jeff, hasn't it, and considered?
Well, police 105 reports in, but there's been no response given to me directly from the police, which has been just not very satisfying, but we'll keep on working on it.
It's not satisfactory in that regard, but in terms of our response here, we have that has been raised and logged, and it's not acceptable that those things happen to anyone. Not acceptable at all. Any other questions? There's a recommendation. Care to move? It's Goldsworthy, second Councillor Keynes. Do you wish to speak?
Nothing to say.
Any further speakers? I'll put the recommendation. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Contrary, declare that carried. We've received 9.1, and then we've got the quarterly report from LGNZ. Is someone prepared to move that 9.1 and 9.2 be received information? That's the meetings. Second Councillor Horton. Do you wish to speak? Further speakers? I'll put the recommendation. All in favour, please say aye. Contrary, declare that carried. Report for information through from the community board, that's just to be received. So someone moved Councillor Ward, seconded Councillor Goldsworthy. Do you wish to speak, either of you? Any further? I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, declare that carried. Then we've got 11.1 to 11.4, move the Deputy Mayor, seconded Councillor Blackie. Do you wish to speak to this as procedural? I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, declare that carried. Item 12, the Community Board minutes for information. Moved Councillor Williams, sure he did, and seconded Councillor Brown. Don't need to speak to either of those unless you really especially want to. I'll put those. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, declare that carried. Item 13 is my diary, noted there and contained in the report. Any questions? Moved to Deputy Mayor, seconded Councillor Blackie. You wish to speak to that?
No.
I'll put that. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, declare that carried. The council portfolio updates, we'll come to those later. Just hold that till later. There, come back into for that. I've got no questions, understanding orders, no urgent general business. I'm going to, before we break for lunch, I'm going to move that we go into committee now. We've got Karagoa here to deal with that late agenda item that we raised earlier. Thought we'd have a deputation and we may just do that report before we break. So if we go into public excluded now, for the